നമ്മുടെ admin first started screen sharing. Admins screen മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഒന്നും കേൾക്കണില്ല അല്ലേ?
ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങി
അവര് സ്ക്രീൻ ഒന്നും കാണിച്ചില്ല. നേരത്തെ ഇട്ടുപോലൊന്നും സ്ക്രീൻ ഇട്ടില്ല. നേരത്തെ അവർ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് കാണിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ ആ സ്ക്രീൻ സ്ഥലത്ത് അതിന്റെ ആ ഇത് ലോകം മാത്രം മറ്റേ അത് മാത്രം ഇട്ടിരിക്കും.
എലിസബത്ത് മാം അറിയാം.
ഇത് നാഷണൽ വെബിനാറിനില്ല. വെബിനാറിനില്ല.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നറിയാം.
ഫസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ടിന്റെ തുടങ്ങാം. Sneha Southern College of Special Education, Angamali, Kerala, stands towering among the educators. The fabulous team of educators churning out inclusive professionals for the good of people at large. The results of the B.Ed students of 2020 outgoing batch has been phenomenal. Sneha Southern students have secured 6 among 10 rank holders. College of Special Education Angamali and her team of educators proudly dedicates the 3-day national webinar Access for Disability Groups to the outgoing fabulous B.Ed students of Sneha Southern. Together for a big round of applause for their stupendous performance. Brilliant day, ladies and gentlemen. Cool morning. Groups in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council. We will commence the official inauguration of the webinar in a few minutes. Delegates, please note, we request all the participants to put your mobile on silent mode and as a part of RCI mandate. The question and answer session will be at the end of each session and all participants chat box so that we can save time. We will be sending you a Google form for your valid feedback. Any queries or inquiries, please write to us in the chat box or do call us at the college reception of coming days. Now we are going to start our inaugural official program of the day by invoking the blessings and kindness and grace of the Almighty. An invocation.
Lead kindly light amid encircling gloom, lead thou me on. The night is dark and I am far from home, lead thou me on. Keep to my feet, I do not test to see the distant scene, one step enough for me.
I invite Sister Joffy Maria, CMC, the coordinator of the DED program at Sneha Southern College of Special Education, Angamali, to welcome the dignitaries and the
A very good morning to our honorable guests, teachers, and our colleagues. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth webinar. We are very privileged to host this national webinar on access for disability groups in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council of India. Success is not a key to happiness, but happiness is the key to success. If you learn what you are doing, it will be a successful one. Within the great code in this informative occasion, I proudly welcome our honorable guest on behalf of Sneha Southern College of Special Education. First of all, I welcome our distinguished guest of honor, His Excellency Mar Sebastian Adiendrath, Bishop of Mandya, and also former Archbishop of Archdiocese of Ernakulam Angamali, agreeing to inaugurate the webinar and joining with us on this auspicious occasion. Bishop is not a stranger to us. He is a philanthropic towards the humanity. He proves his genuinity of the personality in all his apostolic work. Our bishop is a good shepherd who stands for marginalized and needy ones. He has shown keen interest in the growth and well-being of this institute. He is a great visionary whose life is imbued with faith in the providential care of God. On behalf of Sneha Southern College of Special Education, I thank him for his great work and joining us to grace this occasion. Dear Bishop, a warm welcome to this national webinar. Reverend Sister Grace Terrace, Vicar General of CMC Congregation. Sister is shouldering a lot of responsibilities as the Vicar General and the General Counsel for Education of CMC Congregation. Because of official matter, she couldn't present in this webinar. In her absence, may I extend a cordial welcome to your sister. Sister Miss Elizabeth Davids, Zonal Coordinator in Kerala for Rehabilitation Council of India. She is a course coordinator in St. John of College of Special Education. She is an ardent supporter of this webinar and great benefactor of this institution. Her presence and her direction are very much appreciated. On behalf of gathered everyone here, I welcome you, ma'am. Sister Dr. Gisa Grace, the principal of Sneha Southern College of Special Education, a dynamic leader and well-wisher of this college. We also welcome you, sister. When something happens, you have three choices. You can either let it define you, let it destroy you, or you can let it strengthen you. Within short time, you can see the person who has strengthened his life within limitations. Mr. S. Shankara Raman, Secretary of Amar Seva Sangam, is born with muscular dystrophy. He never accepted that his condition would limit his aspirations. He wanted to become a professional accountant, which he did at the age of 22 as an All India rank holder and gold medalist without taking the help of any scribe or extra time for any examination. Sir, we are eagerly waiting for your motivational and inspiring talks. On behalf of Sneha Southern College of Special Education, a warm welcome here. Hearty welcome, sir. Let me welcome our dear teachers who take constant effort for getting fruitful effort from this webinar. It's a great gathering of teachers, professionals, research scholars, along with faculty members, and those who have joined their hands with zealous favor and to support us in addressing the issues of accessibility. I wish you an enjoyable time and hope that you benefit immensely from this national webinar. I promise you that you will be enriched greatly by wealth of knowledge from webinar. So may I extend all of you a cordial welcome to Snehasadan College. I am sure that our resource person will enrich us for the next 3 days with their challenging and creative presentation and interventions. They have been working for days to get ready with their scientific presentation, while thanking them for their readiness to join us and to make presentation on various themes connected with accessibility. May I extend to all of them a cordial welcome to Snehasadan College of Special Education. Once again, extending everyone a warm welcome to all and wishing all of you 3 fruitful days. May I remain, thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you, dear sister, for your warm words of Teres, CMC. The Vicar General of Mount Carmel Generalate was to preside our inaugural program, but she has lost a sibling. Sneha Southern College offers our heartfelt condolences to her and her family and pray that the departed soul rests in peace. A scintillating persona with a radiating pleasant presence, a messiah to many aspiring students is how we describe our principal. In the absence of Reverend Sister Grace, our principal, Dr. Sister Jisa Grace, will deliver the keynote address and preside over the meeting. Over to Sister Jisa.
Very good morning to all of you. His Excellency Mar Sebastian Edayendra, Bishop of Mantia, Chief Guest, Chartered Accountant Mr. S. Shankara Narayan, RCI Zonal Coordinator Ms. Elizabeth David, resource persons, CRE participants, fathers, sisters, brothers, my dear faculty and dear teachers trainees. It gives me immense joy to welcome you all this morning to the opening ceremony of National Webinar on Access for Disability Groups, jointly organized by Rehabilitation Council of India and Snehasadan College of Special Education. We have already witnessed that the present day view towards the differently able section is smoother than in the past. The education system for the differently able section is in a progressive stage too. This section for our society is now slowly emerging to fit into the mainstream, which certainly makes us happy as well as professionally more satisfied. Indeed, our field of service has becoming much more dynamic and productive too. Our country is rich with many resources. Generally, citizen must needs to know about the resources and can get access to those particular resources. But it is a fact that accessibility to these resources is constrained for many of our fellow citizens as they experience one or other type of disability. This situation necessitates a rethinking on the part of the ordinary people and on the part of those who are into the public policy making of our nation. As for a healthy baby inside the womb of its mother, it is mandatory for its mother to get access to timely healthcare services. The first stage of childhood, the caregivers of the baby can carry the baby in their arms to get access healthcare services. Now moving on, the child has the right to get formal education from the age 3 to 18 so that he or she is groomed into a good citizen for the country and moreover to become a good human being. The schools and colleges are designed to provide accessibility to the majority of the student population in our country. But as our social perceptions have changed gradually, the minority groups, including the differently able, also have been granted the right for education. Hence, the structures and interior designs of our schools and colleges are being modified to admit all types of students into it. We can see that these students, although they are going to the nearest schools in their area, they do face some serious challenges to reach the school. Realizing this, the transportation systems in the educational institutions are also revamped to include all types of students. After the schooling, we know that everyone needs to find a job so that he or she can lead a life smoothly. In this process, they would need to access various services from the government offices, different localities, which they have to reach for their job. And also, whenever needed, to travel long distance for their familiar or entertainment needs. For example, a new service provided in our locality is the metro service. We can easily understand that the whole metro services in Kochi is set up in a disabled friendly manner. It offers lift services, ramp services, and the system ensures that no difficulty is ensured to any disabled person or differently able person to commute using the metro services. These days, although many of the services are provided in online, we realize that it is not fair in this present world to keep a person inside a closed room for a long time. Every person must have the accessibility to enjoy the outside world smoothly. Like the metro services, which I mentioned earlier, public services as well as institutional facilities should be revamped in such a way that everyone, including the differently able persons, can access them for their smooth and comfortable life. In a country like India, where the roots of culture and rich historical architecture lay every nook and corner, it is a bigger challenge to redesign the architectural structures. Yet what matters primarily is the awareness and the readiness on the part of the people as well as the policy makers, so that gradual changes can be introduced into the architectural in such a way that all differently able persons too can work along with the rest of us. It is my hope that the academia connected with the special education and the policy makers of our nation will take the results of this program seriously, and more positive changes will be gradually made to better access to all types of facilities to persons with disability, as they are our own brothers and sisters, and persons and citizens with the equal right to a quality life. Wishing you a fruitful engagement with the resource persons. May I remain. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To Jisa for the key points of the upcoming webinar, the rights of neurotypical children and the accessibility concerns, and a brief of what to expect during the next 3 days. Thank you so much. The Most Reverend Bishop of Mandya Diocese. His Excellency has a special interest in supporting people with diverse learning needs and has a prophetic voice and touch to most projects he leads. After a long stint in Canada, he was in Kannur, creatively contributing to Save a Family project, indulging in social work, and contributing largely to social causes of the humanity at large. He's so large-hearted and has donated a school bus to Sneha Southern Special School. He was the auxiliary bishop of Ernakulam Angamali. As the Bishop of Mandya, Mysore, with great humility and happiness, I invite His Excellency Mar Sebastian Edayanthirath, the Bishop of Mandya Diocese, Mysore, to deliver the program. His Excellency, the virtual stage is yours.
First of all, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Now, first of all, I'm extremely happy that I'm able to participate in this beautiful endeavor. More than a meeting or a conference, it's an attempt by many people to reach out to some of the most vulnerable people in the world. And I am so happy during my lifetime. I am able to see some of these things unfolding, because when I was a child around 60 years ago, the disabled people, or people those who have got a wheelchair accessibility, or people those who are physically handicapped, or intellectually differently abled, all those people, they were left in the corner of a room. That means they have been told that they have no life. But in the modern life, with some of the pioneers in the world, like I remember people like John Vanier, who started the large community for the mentally challenged people, and said that the world belongs to them. And the people like Henry Nowen often said, when you are a child, you go and open the tap. And what do you think? The magic of water coming through the tap, the real cause is the tap. But when you are in the 4th standard and you begin to understand, the tap is not the magic, it is a pump. The pump which pulls the water and sends the water. So people like him always spoke about the people, those who are differently abled, people, those who are, on wheelchair, people, those who are physically not well. All those people, they are the pump of the world where divine grace is being given. Following that route, the modern understanding is that how can we make all our conveniences, all our provisions accessible for these people. And even probably some 20 years ago, we were visiting Hong Kong, and we met a Jesuit priest there who was on the forefront of this kind of a movement, where he was going to each church, each community, or wherever things are, and talking to people that they have to make the provisions, whether it's a cinema theater, or it's a big bazaar, or it's a church, or a school, or a marriage auditorium should be made accessible for people. And the reason that he was talking about this is that they are our brothers and sisters. Maybe the watchword we often use is that they are not a different breed. They are part of our community, part of our life. So, many of the people, those who are what we call as quote unquote normal, do not understand or never fathom the difficulties some of these people have. You hear about some of these students, who had to climb, 7 or 8 stairs, or the building to write an exam, or people, those who are on the wheelchair, their parents are on the 3rd floor, so they go and visit them. But they stay on the 1st floor, and the parents bring food for them. And some of the parents are old, and aged. And so it is a serious problem that is existing in the world. And what is the solution for that one? People like you are doing this kind of work and living in close quarters with these people, those who are on disability, or people those who are on wheelchair, people those who have got other things are inaccessible, to build awareness. Awareness is the only way the world will come to know, and the awareness always lead people for action. And there may be rules, we are told now by that every church that we build, there is a decision by the Bishops' Conference that whenever we build a church, we need to make it, like building a ramp, making it accessible for people. We can do it on a, for the sake of the letter, or we can do it for the sake of the spirit. So the thing that you are doing is this, that you are building up the spirit, telling people the reality of the people, those who are on the other side of the wall, and the emotional trauma sometimes they go, and the struggles that they have. So the main idea is to probably to let the world know what they go through. And this can be shared only by people, those who are emotionally bound with them, and also share about the challenges, making it available for use, because we have so many modern amenities. Sometimes I think, people on the wheelchair, which is something very good for them, is a swimming pool, where they can swim. Their health will improve, because that's the best way of, building your health. But how many swimming pools are, probably available to them, or where they can use, so on and so forth. So it is a sort of in one way, it is a sort of a brainstorming. It is second stage, a way of data collection. The third way, you are being part of the solution, because there is a famous wording which says, unless you are part of the solution, you are part of the problem. There are some parts in the world where people clamor saying that what is happening to our world, and so on and so forth. But Cardinal Newman, who became a saint, said, there's no point in cursing the darkness. What is most best for us is to light a candle. And I see your endeavor as a lighting the candle, I think we can sit and speak about all these things until the end of the day, but that would not help. We need to say, there is a problem, there's a solution. What we need is the political will, the common understanding, and the generosity of our people. Even though there is a political will, unless people move, we can't help this situation. So we need to dream about a world where people with disability, people those who are not accessible to other conveniences, we should dream about a world when we have a marriage celebration, when we have an ordination celebration, they are able to join with us and enjoy the wonderful realities of life. Life is not only about job or getting some money. Life is about celebration. It is, being part of where you are. So I wish you all the best and God's blessing. May God continue to bless you, and may you help us in this seminar to pull your all ideas and bring together some viable solutions to put forward to the society. Thank you very much for GISA for inviting me, and I did say the mass in the morning and prayed for you, and I pray that your discussions and deliberations will be creative, innovative, and imaginative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your showers of blessing and gracing the occasion and supporting us to light a candle for ourselves and for many others. Once again, with great humility, I thank you so much.
Welcome. You are most welcome.
Chief guest, Mr. Shankara Raman, a chartered accountant by profession. He is a winner of CNN IBN Award in 2009. A person who has received many awards from President of India and Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu twice. A gigantic force for the enactment of the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 1995. I invite Mr. Shankara Raman, the Secretary of Amar Seva Sangram and a stalwart in the field of early intervention, to give us his impressions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas. It's my pleasure to be here. When I was invited by Sister Disa for this program, I immediately accepted the invitation because I have been associated with her in the meetings in CBR Forum in Bengaluru. But what I did not realize was that I was going to be a chief guest, which I was never thought of. But I got this invite and I saw that I am a chief guest. I thought it is my privilege to have it at this very beautiful and momentous event that is happening over there. I also thank the earlier speakers, particularly Honorable Sebastian, who gave a wonderful speech, very thought-provoking and very empathetic about the issues pertaining to disability. I also recognize all the key dignitaries attending this program, including Geoffrey Maria, who gave the welcome address, Reverend Sister Grace Therese, who spoke earlier and who told a lot about the humanity and the disabled community, and also the fact that the disabled community is a minority group. I also recognize Elizabeth David, who is the zonal coordinator of RCI. And the HOD, Ms. Bobby Francis of this college. I know this college, this Sneha institution, for quite a long time, and they have been doing an outstanding service to the community by developing rehab professionals, particularly for institutions like us, who have to have good number of people to support persons with disabilities. When I was introduced, I was told that we were one of the key people to get the enactment on Persons with Disabilities Act in 1995. Yes, it was. And later on, in 2016, the Right for Persons with Disabilities Act as well, which was a very important legislation. The earlier legislation had a lot of limitations, but in those days, that was very relevant because the idea of legal protection for persons with disabilities were an evolving subject. And India was one among the very few in the beginning, in the entire globe, to have enacted a legislation that protected the rights of the person with disabilities. Later on, many things have happened, and the definition of disability itself needed a lot of relook. And the various subsequent international deliberations have focused on the disability as an issue of functionality of a person, rather than giving it a strict definition of what is locomotor, what is hearing impairment, what is visual impairment, what is intellectual challenge, and so on. So the shift was gradual from being a definitive definition of a disability to a more functional definition. So India has to make changes along with that. And now today the Act is more an inclusive definition. It spells out 21 disabilities, but it further goes on that any person can apply for being given a disability certificate. But it also says that who are all the persons who will be more severely disabled and more in need of high supports. It also spells out the various other benefits that a high support need person would get. and the specified disability is 40% or more. So we are moving towards a more generic society. And the question of what is disability itself is being questioned again and again. What is disability? Is it the limitation of a person? Or is it the problem that a person is facing with respect to some or many of the faculties? Or is it because of the person's unable to express himself, his full potentials? What causes this inability to express the potential of a disabled person? I would not say a disabled person, a person with certain conditions. So the disability as such is a misnomer. There is nobody that you can call as a person with disability. But we have to identify certain group of people like me who needs support systems from the society and also an amount of accommodation from the various stakeholders that would help us, that would help people with those conditions to reach our full potentials. So because of that, we have to be given a nomenclature, and so we are called as persons with disabilities. That is fine, because the international fora, the ENCRPD, has defined very clearly and spelled out that the term person with disability is a common nomenclature that has to be used for indicating a person who needs additional support systems to express his full capacities. Now in India, we call disabled persons with so many names and terminologies. We call differently abled, we call intellectually challenged, physically challenged. The new terminology by the ministry is Divyang. So it is all a fancy terms, more to, trying to give an identification for people like us, thinking that we will be glorified in the process. But that's not required. We don't need to be glorified. We don't need to be labeled with any terminology. It is enough that we are understood as a person with disability. And we should also realize that when we use this term, we better use the disability as a suffix and not a prefix. Rather than saying a disabled person, tell the person as the first one, the person with disability, a child with developmental need, a child with developmental delays. Not the other way about. Not the disabled child, not a developmentally delayed child. Because you are not going to give an adjective to the child or a person. You are going to tell the person and then say what the person needs from the society or what the condition the person is having. So a person with disability means the person first, and the disability is a condition of the person. Similarly, don't say developmental delayed child, but child with developmental delays. So it is a question of how the society or humanity is evolving itself. And more as we go, the definition of disability is even more drastically changing. Peter Rosenberg of CanChild in Canada tells about disability. He says disability is a very subjective and relative term. It is the relative incompatibility of the environment and the person's abilities. This incompatibility results into a set of barriers which results into some disabling condition for the person. So his definition is very different. Like that, we keep going on this subject, but ultimately the belief that we all have in our Seva Sangam is that disability should not be a constraint. Disability is only a condition. The attitudinal barriers, which I'll be discussing a little later, is the most important thing. It is the perception that really matters. It is the perception that makes people to understand or misunderstand about a person's abilities, that you call them as a person with a disability. We have to have an inclusive society. As the Reverend Bishop said, it is not just money and matters. It is a life. All of us have to celebrate, as he says. I very much like this address because he, being such a wise person, talking so much with understanding about disability is something which is, which is what we all want. So a person's attendance or participation in marriages, in religious and social functions, and also a person should have a family life. So a person with disability getting married, having a full-time life, should lead a full life experience. So that is what we all need and we all aspire for. And many of the people today here, the students who are getting graduated through this college, has a very important role to play in bringing about this change. The change in the system and change in the society. That is a very important aspect. And I wish all of you a grand success and the College of Institutions Sneha a very bright future ahead. Thanking you all once again. We are not able to hear you, Thomas.
Thank you, sir, for that explanation on inclusion and its various details of the children with needs, addressing the person first and the condition later. So will you be, I have a question to ask you, will you be addressing us again on the, because we have a 30-minute session with you.
Yeah, sir. I will be ready to answer questions.
So I was just wondering because, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. That was really interesting. Thank you so much once again. Ms. Elizabeth David, the Zonal Coordinator of Rehabilitation Council of India, our close guide and mentor. Ma'am, I invite you for felicitations.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Respected Reverend Sister Grace Teres, the Vicar General of CMC Congregation, His Excellency Mar Sebastian Adyandrath, Bishop of Mandya Diocese, Mr. S. Shankaraman, Secretary Amar Seva Sangam, Dr. Sister Jisa Grace, Principal Sneha Southern College of Special Education, Reverend Sister Jofi Maria, Course Coordinator, Sneha Southern College of Special Education, Miss Bobby Wilson, Head of the Department, B.Ed, and Sister Christy Jacob, Convener of the conference, and all participants of this webinar, a warm welcome to you all from Zonal Coordination Committee, South Zone RCI. Each day, we rise up with the intent to add something more to make our profession stronger, our knowledge richer, and our togetherness sweeter. Here again, we have assembled in this virtual platform to listen, to interact, and to accumulate new knowledge from eminent speakers. I'm privileged and excited to be present here in the midst of this exuberant audience to render my felicitation during the inauguration session of the national webinar on Access for Disability Group. I appreciate the spark, the inspiration, the guiding spirit in Dr. Sister Jisa. Sister, you're really adventurous. Every day, you're planting a seed of curiosity and motivation to know and to grow and succeed. Hats off to you, Sister Jisa, for coming out with yet another national seminar. A pat on the hand, a peck on the cheek, a slap on the back, a broad smile with that hugs you. No need to speak, feel that love is all around, like air in a room, invisible but always present. That is Sister Jofi Maria, who is always there physically, mentally, and spiritually with a supportive hand, heart, and with a helping hand. When Sneha Southern family are gathered around, there's so much love in the air. If you ever wonder who's at the back of all this, we can see our loved ones. Yes, we could see Miss Bobby Wilson and Sister Christy with an ever-ready heart and mind to carry out tasks, whether it is tough or easy. So congratulations to Sneha Southern family for your spirit and enthusiasm. I like the topic on accessibility. It's something that we need to discuss it and come out with a solution. Accessibility can be defined as the ability to access the functionality and possible benefit of some system or entity, and is used to describe the degree to which a product, such as a device, a service, an environment, is accessible by us as many people as possible. The disability rights movement advocates equal access to social, political, and economic life, which includes not only physical access, but access to same tools, same service, organizations, and facilities which we all pay for. Today, there are millions of people living with one or more disabilities. In India, the population with disabilities is around 26.8 million, constituting 2.21% of India's total population. This statistics goes back to 2011. That was the census. The 2011 census says this data. Disability rights activists and academicians working on disability issues, however, say that these numbers in the census are a very small percentage of the actual number. World Bank data on total number of persons with disabilities in India suggests the number is between 40 and 80 million. Whatever the difference between official figures and figures estimated by the global institutions, which is clear, what is clear is that persons with disabilities constitute a significant part of Indian population. Their numbers are more than the total population of many countries in the world. And India has one of the highest number of people with disabilities globally. Despite constituting such a significant proportion of the total population, persons with disabilities live in a very challenging life. Their disability is often seen as inability by many people in general. They have a preconceived notion about their capabilities. There have been many cases where employers have denied a job to a candidate with a disability, citing the usual not found suitable. The main problem lies in the psyche of a significant mass which considers persons with disability as a liability. And this leads to discrimination and harassment against them and their isolation from the mainstream. Some progressive countries have taken action to make life easier for their citizens with disabilities. India still lags behind in a big way when it comes to removing the infrastructural, institutional, and attitudinal barriers for the persons with disabilities. Even now, most buildings in India are not disabled friendly. For the physically disabled, barriers can range from blocked wheelchair ramps to buildings without lifts, to inaccessible toilets, to shops with step-free access, without step-free access, etc. Meanwhile, for learning disabled people or those on the autistic spectrum, the cluttered and hectic metropolitan environment can be a sensory minefield. Take the hilly cities of Kerala like Kottayam, Kozhikode, Malappuram, etc., where several neighborhoods have no pavements at all. And many streets have a sloping grade of 10% or even 20%. But I would like to point out the facility initiated by Singaporeans for persons with disability. The universal design principles drawn up by Singapore's Building Construction Authority have encouraged accessibility in new developments since its launch in 2007. Capital Green in the Central Business District is a 40-story office block that has won a host of UD awards, that is Universal Design Awards. Completed in the year 2014 at a cost of $1.3 billion, the Toyo Ito design structure features column-free spaces and a low concierge counter to help disabled people move around the building more easily. Lift doors stay open longer. Handrails flank both sides of the staircases, and the chairs have grab handles. A hearing induction loop enables clearer communication for those using hearing aids, while braille directions, tactile guidance, and easy-to-read pictograph help the visually impaired. Routes into the office from the underground underground pedestrian walkways, and 2 mass rapid transit stations are barrier free. Government of India has launched Accessible India campaign, a flagship program to create a barrier-free environment for persons with disabilities on 3rd December 2015. The campaign targets creation of physical and virtual infrastructure truly accessible and inclusive for persons with disabilities, and for making public buildings, transport system, and information communication technology accessible on a wide scale. With a view to make all government buildings accessible, the Government of India has issued harmonized guidelines and space standards for barrier-free environment for persons with disabilities and elderly persons. All the mandatory provisions are being followed in all new projects post issuance of these guidelines. Model buildings bylaws have been revised. The revised bylaws were released on 18th March 2016, which contained separate provision for differently abled, elderly, and children, which are applicable to all buildings and facilities used by such a public, such as educational, institutional, assembly, commercial, business, mercantile building, group housing, etc., has to follow this revised bylaw. That is revised structure design. It has also ensured engagement of access audit consultants for all existing buildings under central government for retrofitting to make them barrier free. But I have a question. Are all buildings disabled friendly? Do you have a disabled friendly educational institution in your locality? Are the assembly halls or the commercial buildings in Kerala disabled friendly? Do the buses have a disabled friendly entry? I go to my college every day from Pala to Ayarkundam, which is around 17 to 18 kilometers I have to travel, take a bus every day. But daily, I'm not a disabled person, but every day I struggle while climbing the stairs of the buses. I should say like that. So high. So when I feel like that, what about people who are older than me or persons who are with disability? Still a question mark. Laws are coming, but it's not implemented properly. To sum up, this day should not be just another day where we discuss on the issue of accessibility. The idea should be to reflect on where we have been going wrong as a society with respect to citizens with disabilities and how these wrongs can be undone. Thanks to the organizers for giving me a webinar platform to felicitate you on this great show and share my views on it. All the best, Sneha Sadan.
Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. That was a touching felicitation, and we can feel the warmth, and we are truly motivated. Thank you once again. I invite our vibrant and optimistic Sneha Southern College of Special Education for words of gratitude.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. It is a great pleasure and privilege to express gratitude on this inaugural section of National Webinar. Let me start by giving glory to Almighty God for making this section a resounding success. His Excellency Mar Sebastian Edendreth, Bishop of Mandya, and also a former auxiliary bishop of Archdiocese of Ernakulam Angamali. He served on the board of trustees of Save a Family Plan organization in Canada. He is always the whoever whenever need a support. A warm smile is the universal language of kindness
He is a person, sees smile as a curve that sets everything straight. Yes, his charming smile set all the problems of the person who approaches him. Our heartfelt thanks to His Excellency for inaugurating our national webinar, Access for Disability Groups. Mr. S. Shankaran Raman, Chartered Accountant, Secretary Amar Seva Sangam. He is light who shines in the area of accountancy and disability. He passed the CA exam at the age of 22 with gold medal. We are very happy and proud to have eminent personality like you as our chief guest. Thank you, sir, being our part of the national webinar. Mrs. Elizabeth David, Zonal Coordinator of RCI. A great teacher or the best teacher is a warm, accessible, enthusiastic, and caring. The person is approachable and not only to the student but to everyone in the campus. We can approach this teacher with any problems or even to share a funny story. I am proud to say that Elizabeth ma'am is my best teacher. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring felicitation. I owe special gratitude to Reverend Sister Giza Grace, Principal of Snare Southern College. She has been here since 2002 onwards and has important role in each development of our Snare Southern College. Thank you, sister. Reverend Sister Joffi Maria, Coordinator of DL. Heartfelt thanks to you, sister, for giving a warm welcome to all the entire team. She always coordinates all the activities of our college. Thank you, sister, for your warm welcome. We need to get rid of our vocabulary of the word problem when talking about the people's needs. A problem with glasses doesn't say, I have a problem in seeing. She says, where on glasses. We should recognize that whenever we call a problem, is actually need. So I hope this national webinar on access for disability is need for all the disabilities. And I wish all the participants of this webinar will get the insights to see the needs of the differently able and give a hand to them to satisfy their needs through access and accessibility. I am giving a sincere thanks to all the participants of this national webinar for being part of our inaugural function. Once again, thank you for you all.
Thank you, Bobby ma'am. Delegates and guests, we have come to the end of the inaugural meeting. Thank you for being with us. Once again, a welcome to delegates and guests to the educational section of today. Let me give you a quick session of the day of the webinar on accessibility will be handled by Mr. S. Shankara Raman, Amar Seva Sangam Experience on Accessibility. The second topic, Access and Accessibility and Barriers of Accessibility by Dr. Anita Paul. Post-lunch session will be handled by Dr. Jayanti Pujari on accessibility in vocational education and training. Now for our educational sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready. A winner of CNN IBN Award in 2009, a stalwart in the field of early intervention, a person who has received awards from the President of India and Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu twice, a monumental force for the enactment 1995, the person behind accessibility of Mumbai Marathon to persons with disability, an All India rank holder and a gold medalist at the age of 22 in the field of chartered accountancy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome a fabulous human being to you, Raman. After a remarkable practice in CA, joined Amar Seva Sangam with the dream to develop the models of rehabilitation for persons with disabilities. He believes that disability is a developmental issue and welfare contributions are not dignified life. His contributions to early intervention for children with developmental delays is commendable, and he has to his credit numerous research publications on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shankara Raman, even though from the age of 15 years, he stands out tall in his endeavors to raise himself above the bar and contribute to the Indian populace. I welcome with immense delight Mr. Raman to enlighten us on this scintillating journey on accessibility for people with diverse needs. His personal experience, Mr. Raman, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your introduction, which is a little too much. Okay. So shall I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I think you need to enable me to share the screen. Yeah, I am able to. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. Hope I am audible.
You're audible, sir.
Okay.
We can see your screen, sir, but can
Yeah.
you make it a bigger size?
You are able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So it is my pleasure here. I would have to state once again to be a part of this wonderful national seminar on accessibility. Accessibility is really a very, very delicate, sensitive, key, and also most important issue faced by everyone, and particularly for people who are having mobility, cognitive, sensory, and other challenges, including intellectual challenges. Accessibility is an area where people think, because of their perceptions and lack of awareness, is not at all an issue, is what people think. Because this is a world where the majority of the people having issues with respect to whatever difficulties in accessing places, accessing transport, accessing information, have solved their problems. But do not imagine or think about what the problems are for persons with disabilities. For example, long years back, when people wanted to go to the upstairs, there was a problem of reaching the upstairs. Then they decided to have a ladder, so that solved their problem. Similarly, in recent times, you wouldn't be able to imagine exchanging information instantly with people living about 15 to 20,000 kilometers away from us. People here now, just like that, click a piece of button in their mobile phones and talk to their near and dear ones in US or in Europe or in any other part of the world. So that problem of access is resolved. People are now trying to access distant planets like Mars, like Venus, like Moon, They are also trying to alternative living space over there. So generally, people, particularly in developing and underdeveloped countries, do not think about the access of people with special needs. They think that once all the problems of the mainstream of the population is resolved, they think there are no more problems. This is the problem, actually, the problem of such perception. So this is this perception that has to undergo a change. Only then the accessibility will happen. When the lady previous to me talked about her experience in Singapore, and she also asked the question, how many places are accessible in Kerala? Let me tell her that not Kerala, whether it is Chennai or in Mumbai or in Delhi, nowhere things are accessible in the way that it is required. How many schools are accessible in Tamil Nadu? So even some of the government schools are accessible because of the government rules. But how many private schools in Chennai city are accessible for disabled persons? I'm talking about Chennai city because it is considered to be a city where things should have developed. If it is not there in Chennai, definitely it is not there anywhere else. In our own area in Tirunelveli or Tenkasi district in Tamil Nadu, many of the private schools do not have accessible ramp facilities, accessible toilets for the students. How many educational institutions are having accessibility? How many hospitals or the health service providers provide access to persons with disability? I, for one, when I was about 15 years old, had my denture right in the corner of a street because the dentist clinic is not accessible. So he came out and he sat under a tree in a street in Chennai city and get it done. And when I'm in school, there are hectic problems. But they accommodate somehow or the other at special request. But that is not the solution. People provided me with classrooms at ground floor level in my schooling. In my CA institute, they provided me a lot of supporting facilities. And my auditor, under whom I did my CA internship, also provided me a lot of access. But the individual specific solutions are not the solution for all the problems, all the people. So there has to be a common way by which the issue of accessibility should be addressed. So there are different kinds of needs. It is not just the physical or vision or hearing. People with cognitive disabilities, cognitive issues like learning disability, people with autism, they also need to be addressed. Their needs of accessibility should also be considered. Now, when people are not even talking about accessibility in terms of what is required for mobility or transportation, the last thing that we can expect is that people provide accessibility to cognitively challenged people. In 1981, when we were in Chennai organizing a campaign for the rights of persons with disability, even those days we were demanding for our rights. There was no law, there was no understanding, there was no public awareness. But we in Tamil Nadu state had a group of people who are trying to mobilize public support and sensitize the government officials. I took out a banner saying that architectural barriers in my board, and I went in my wheelchair. Nobody understood what I was trying to talk about. The minister who was invited for the program, he came to me personally and asked me, what is it that you are holding in your hand? Architectural barrier. What is architectural barrier? I have to tell him that the dais on which the ministry is sitting and on which we are also trying to sit and address people, we have to be lifted and put inside. So he said, what is the problem? What is the architectural barrier? Then I have to explain to him that you need to provide a ramp. He was baffled. Ramp? How can you do so? Similar experience with the Election Commission in 1998. The Chief Election Commissioner was a very prominent and celebrated person in those days. We went there and requested them that accessibility should be there in every election booth. And you know what he said? See, there are several million booths in India. And in every booth, if you want the accessibility, you need to spend money, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. So if you multiply to this number of booths, you tell me what is the budget requirement and who will provide this money? That is the question he asked. Today, the story is very different. Today, providing access to election booths for persons with disability is a matter of duty for the state, and the state government and the election commission now is helping out. I think somebody has to mute. Yeah, thank you. So things have changed a lot since then in certain specific area like election. But then people general understanding is still a long way to go. Some of the key aspects that needs to be looked at. It is not just ramps. If you build a ramp, people say that it has become accessible, but it is not the ramp. Like the lady, Ms. David told, even the entry points and how you go and navigate inside a building needs a lot of support system for many kinds of persons with disabilities, with visual impairment or with mobility or whatever. So they have to be, there has to be signages, there has to be tactile floors, there has to be other indicators for different kinds of people's needs. So as she said, it's the universal access is the most important thing. So it is not just one group of disabled people being served, but it is the overall, all the kinds of people, whether disabled or even old age people, even pregnant women who face challenges. So the accessibility should address everyone. So the universal standard is the most important thing that we should have to remove the barriers. You have the staircases, so many other things like the lobbies, corridors, pathways, and so on. So one of the important things that we all have to face is the doors. The doors usually, when particularly people with the mobility issues, it opens straight on your face and you cannot reach it from your wheelchair. And when you try to reach it and open it, it opens right on your face and you have to keep pushing the wheelchair back till the door gets opened. Similar problems are there with other kinds of persons with disabilities. Other issues are like the toilets. It is the most important thing, but never get any attention. Even I used to say in almost every meeting that even in a city like Mumbai, where you have the India's equivalent of Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, you don't have an accessible toilet in any of the office buildings there. That is a pity. So you have another great challenge in dealing with the reception counters, whether it is railway stations or airports, or whether it is in banks, or in, if you go to ATMs, they are not accessible. The counters are high, and you have to talk to a piece of wooden block rather than to the people behind there, because you cannot stand up and it blocks your way. So many times what I have to do is I have to request them to reach me out so that I can speak to them with my, that's the only way I can communicate. Otherwise, if I keep talking, the other person sitting behind who is not visible, the communication doesn't happen properly. Another important aspect is the illumination. This is also not given enough attention because people are believe that enough light is there. But with the people with the visual impairments, for high myopia, the illumination has to be much more than the normal. That is very important to have them along in our regular day-to-day matters. So illumination is another very important thing. Then anthropometrics. This is the, if you have a wheelchair, it has to be designed properly. It has to be ergometric, and similarly many other equipments that are used by person with disabilities, including a computer, a laptop, or a keyboard, or a chair in which he or she sits. So they all have to be properly designed with ergometric so that they don't lead to more disability because of their occupation and work, and the car parking as well. In India, no car parking is there, which is exclusively for disabled people. Even if there are, the signages are there, but people don't obey the rules. All other vehicles get parked over there. Then I am just showing you the toilet picture just as an indicator. See, you can see here the doors are opening outside. The first two blocks are disabled friendly blocks, and the second two are the ones for other people. So you can see that the doors are opening outside, and the facilities inside, you have a grab bar. And more importantly, instead of the doors opening outside, you should have a door which is opening inside. That will help a person with disability to go inside. Much better would be a sliding door. And the grab bars, it is there on two sides, but it should be the length and breadth and other designs are given here. But these toilets are not having enough space for wheelchair to move around inside the toilet, particularly the second one that you are seeing here. The first one has a movement facility large enough, but the second one is not there. Most of the public toilets where they claim that it is disabled friendly, having this kind of defects, which needs to be corrected. They claim that it is a disabled friendly toilet and put up a big signage, but they are not very convenient at all. And the flush tanks are inaccessible. The tissue paper boxes are usually not within the reach. So these are all the problems, even in accessibility in India. Then coming to the other aspect of the attitudinal barriers, this is the most important one. The physical barriers can be corrected somehow or the other, but the attitudinal barriers are the ones which are most important, which needs an immediate attention. And if this is corrected, the rest of the things automatically will happen. The inclusion of a person with disability depends entirely on how they are looked upon by the people and the stakeholders. Many of the problems is that the people that we are being sympathized, and we are need the help. They don't think that we need empathy. They don't. They need to create an environment that will help us to be independent. So they think that we are always dependent and we should be supported and helped. In this, what happens is they think that we are not capable of delivering. They think that we will be unproductive and we will be a burden. So this aspect has to absolutely change. The people should be made to realize that the disability is not because of what the people look like or what their perceived functionality is. It should be more looked at as how much their abilities can be related to the facilities that are being offered. So that's why I even told in my earlier address that the term disability is a relative and it is subject to the ability of the environment to recognize the abilities of the person. So if there is an incompatibility between what the environment can offer and what the person has in his potential or in her potential, there comes the barrier, and that is what is causing the disability. So it is a question of the environment that is most critical in making a person disabled or not. It is not the person's look or his functions that are being compared with other people. I am a person with muscular dystrophy. I was born with that, and from age 3, I am diagnosed with that. And by age 15, I am in a wheelchair. But being in a wheelchair with so much of supports, I could have very well ended up in a corner of a room doing nothing. But then what made me to become a chartered accountant? What made me to lead an organization like Amar Seva Sangam? Why I am now talking to you? This is not because my parents offered me the opportunities. They never thought that I should be a disabled person. They gave the early intervention in my young age. Let all of you realize the importance of early intervention. Secondly, I was in a regular school. There was no special school in those days. In 1972 to 78, I was doing a regular in a village. Earlier in Ranipet, later on in Chidambaram. Both are in rural areas. I did my schooling. Then only we came back to Chennai. Then what happened? With the attitude of my auditor, who provided me the opportunity, and also the institute which gave me some solutions. Because of that, I became like what I am today. And after that, I challenged the officials. Whenever I did my practice, the officials never understood my abilities. They thought that I am after all a person in a wheelchair, what do I know? They even say, why you are coming? You could have sit at your office. But then that was not the case. I proved that I have the capability, I can do it. I am provided with caregivers. I am provided with persons who can assist me and lift me. It is this facility, the caregivers and escort providers, that make a person with severe disabilities or with a high support needs to be independent, not only independent to be selfish, but to be contributory and get to the full potentials. That is the most important thing. So it is the attitude and the kind of environment that is provided to you that makes you what you are, apart from your own initiative and apart from your own mindset. So this attitudinal barrier has to be given most important place in our strategy in making the rehabilitation of any person with any kind of disability. Access, attitude, choice, partnerships, communications, policy of the government, opportunities provided by the society. Choice should be given to the person. The choice should not be imposed. Anything should be at the choice of the person. Because of disability, you cannot force a person to take a decision. So in our organization, we look at it in a holistic manner. We give importance to the inclusiveness, because ultimately it is inclusive society that is what is required. That family and parents are involved, awareness to the community is given, and we use technology in a very big way to provide solutions. And we look at the challenge as a change requirement in the system itself. It is not a one individual person getting rehabilitated or one set of community is getting better, but we have to establish a perpetual system whereby the solutions are there forever. This is the reason why we always try to collaborate with all stakeholders, whether it is government or corporate or business houses or educational institutions or any other organizations, NGOs. We want to collaborate with them so that the person with disability gets the necessary systems requirements that will enable him or her to reach her potential and contribute to the society. So these are all the four major pillars on which we work. The rehabilitation is the initial stage of making the person enabled, and the education is key input. Without education, nothing will happen. Then training is important for their livelihood. Social inclusion is ultimately what we try to achieve. So usually our major way of doing things is that we train the mother or the caregiver and make them involved. Then our workers are dedicated for their education, training, and awareness. Then we use the GPS technology. So with that, we complete all the virtual cycle of the rehabilitation process. And we look at the disability rehabilitation as more a social and rehabilitation issue rather than a mere medical issue. So we enable them, we educate them, we provide them with independent living skills. This is the way by which we try to make them able, providing them with caregiving and escort services that would make them independent for people who require such services, so that they can reach their full potential, and using the technology as the key. And this is how we collaborate with various stakeholders, and our graph shows how much is our reach and how much the people, the alumni who have gone out of this organization have reached their levels in their life. And these are all some of the indicators in the research studies. So we believe that no child should be denied of schooling experience because of disability. I say schooling experience because it is not just school enrollment. The child has to experience the school. The child has to attend the school regularly. Then only the child can have its own cup of tea. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
If there are any questions, I am ready to answer. So we are not able to hear you.
Sir, you're done because there's a little bit of echo. During your last few sentences, there's a little bit of echo. That's why is over.
Yeah, I have finished.
Okay, sir. Thank you
if
so
there
much,
are any
sir.
questions, you can still ask me.
Yeah. Participants, do you all have any questions? You were talking about architectural barriers. Design, which I thought was very good because I'm seeing it for the first time. Sir, all this goes in line with universal design?
Yeah, mostly, but it is still an evolving subject. Yeah, it is still an evolving subject, and people are trying to reach to the universal levels.
Okay.
I think if you meet at your side, the echo will not be there.
Sorry, sir.
I think someone is switching on the the mic, so whatever I am speaking, it is getting reflected back.
So we're checking from our end. I think it was. Participants, do you all have any questions for sir? Sir, I think there is nothing in the chat box.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that
Yeah,
wonderful
if anything
session.
comes up later, you just inform me.
Yes, sir. I'll send you a mail from here. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, sir. That was a wonderful and enlightening session. Especially the access route was very interesting. How do we really in India beat the attitudinal barriers? What are your thoughts on it? Have we improved from what you've seen in the last couple of in a decade? Have we changed a little bit on our attitudes with on the attitude of people at large?
Shall I answer the question?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, the attitudes are changing, but it is not changing to the extent that is required. Things are changing fast in the Western countries, in US, and even in many of the other Asian countries. But I don't know why in India people are not so quickly adapting to the new concepts and changes. They are still not able to comprehend fully the potentials of a person with disability. They still look at all of us as a person to be sympathized, and they are not looking at the facilities to be provided or opportunities to be given. So everything in India is that you have to put it in an act and force it upon the people, and that is not the way to make a society to change. Then you have to keep on following the compliance with the act. So that becomes more important than providing the required services or facilities to the disabled. So I think there is a long way to go.
So we lost you on that last line. Sir, are you there? Sir, are you there? I think maybe sir is a...
Yeah, me?
Yeah. We lost you on that last line. That was what I said.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we still have a long way to go
Okay, sir.
in terms of the attitudinal changes.
Okay, sir. Okay, to all the participants, you were listening to Mr. Shankara Raman. So it was a wonderful and enlightening session, sir. Thank you so much. On behalf of all the staff, Sneha Southern College of Special Education, I thank you from the bottom of all our hearts, and thank you so much, and you have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Anita Kaul has an accomplished career in many roles like principal, special educator, course coordinator, lecturer in special education, visiting lecturer in special education school, special educator, resource person for CRE, coordinator, consultant as the head of special education, convener, practical external examiner, resource person again, and very like on workshop organizer for orientation programs, etc. She has got a lengthy academic record, which is spellbounding, and if I were to read that, that will take about 5 hours, but we are very, very enthusiastic on listening to Anita ma'am. Anita ma'am, are you there? Anita ma'am, are you
Yes,
there?
ma'am, I'm here. I'm here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was unmuted.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome to the program. Your time starts now, and you have, I mean, by 1 we have to break for lunch.
Okay. I think before that I'll try to break.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, and welcome to this program. And we are waiting to listen to you. Without much ado, I'm moving away from my responsibility now.
Okay, Minnie, thank you. Minnie Thomas, thank you very much for introduction about me. Actually, that is all I have done much, not that, but I really thank you for the wonderful, for the unique introduction. I also take this opportunity to thank Reverend Sister Dr. Jisa, Dr. Jisa, Principal of Sneha Southern College of Special Education, then Mrs. Bobby Wilson, for giving me this unique opportunity to speak a few, to share my words, to share a few about a few knowledge or experiences on access and accessibility, and thank Sister Jofi and all the other admin of this workshop, and also Mrs. Elizabeth David, who is the zonal coordinator of the South Zonal Coordinator of RCI. Now, I would like to share my Minnie. I would like to share my Minnie ma'am. I would like to share my slides.
Ma'am, are you able to do it?
Yeah, I think I'm able to do it. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, we can see it, ma'am.
We can see it. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, can you increase the screen size, please?
Then I will not be able to see you all.
Okay, fine. Ma'am, you need not see us. We will see you. Otherwise, the clarity, we will miss out on the clarity. That's the thing.
I'll just see.
Don't
I'm
worry.
just
If there's
talking
anything,
on
I will remind you.
I have not prepared a very large thing. I've just prepared a very simple topic. So I think we'll see. If it needed, I will put on the slideshow. Let me see. Yeah, now? How is it now?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
We can see it. Okay, now I have put on the slideshow. Okay. My topic that has been given to me is accessibility, law and policies related to accessibility. I think most of this has been covered, especially by my Sir Shankara sir. He has given us a very good definition, very good his personal experience. I think much better than everyone of anyone, a person who has experienced everything. That he will know what today in this world, in today's world, that is in 2020. I'm sure we would have all realized what is the real meaning of accessibility, because we were not accessible to many. We were all, especially for the 3 months, that is last March.
ഇത് ഇവിടെ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് സ്ക്രീൻ വരാൻ എന്നാ ചെയ്യണ്ടേ?
ഹലോ ആരാ? Hello, are you able to hear?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay. Now definitely, now we have last year when the COVID lockdown came in March, April, May. I think by May only it started opening. We were really under a lockdown situation. I'm sure each of us would have realized the true meaning of accessibility at that time. Everyone, we were not accessible to many places, many services. Even I think here, actually, we are staying in a flat, and when our area came under the under the zone, that is. We were not allowed to go. We were not even allowed to bring. We not even online provisions online also not allowed. So that time the accessibility, meaning of accessibility, I'm sure many of us would have realized what it really means at that time. So what is access? What does access mean? Access means a permission to go into a place, to go to a park, to go to a school, to go permission to go to a movie, to go with the friends, to go on a bus. I remember my first when I came into this field in 1988, 3 years up. I was working. I was not trained at that time. I did not know anything about intellectual disability, but I was there in a school in Chennai. And that school is still going on. There, I was put in the secondary class as a teacher. And there they had a program which is, that is once a week or once in 2 weeks, we can take our children, our class children, the bus will be given to us and we can take them anywhere in the nearby places. We will get a helping hand also. The teacher will get 2 assistants if necessary. So I was handling the secondary class. And the secondary class, then I said, so the next week we had to go to some place. So I asked them, where do you want to go? Tell me a place which you can go nearby. Because I did not know what is actually intellectual disability meant at that time. All I could understand at that time was they were students who are not able to learn like the other students. Because that is what, otherwise I felt they were all like me. Actually, in school, I was very weak in maths and Hindi. So I thought, oh, they are little more weaker than me. That is all the picture that I got. So they told, we want to travel by bus. So I asked them, which bus? We have the school bus will be given. So there is no picture. We want to go by transport bus. Pallavan. That time it was Chennai. It was godless Pallavan bus. So they said clearly. They said we want to go to Pallavan bus, and they told me the place where they want to go also. They then from Egmont to Paris Corner. Paris Corner is one famous place in Chennai. I said so far in bus, but I didn't think of other complications. Then I thought, okay, let me try. I said, I don't know, because whether I am allowed to take you in a public bus. But I given the permission. If I have help, I will definitely try my best to take 8 of you. I went to the principal. I told her, Then she said, "But teacher, do you really know what is intellectual disability?" I said, "Ma'am, I know a little bit of what is intellectual disability because in my post-graduation I have learned a little bit. But as far as my class is concerned, they are only weak in academic." But then she pointed out, 2 of them have behavior problem. I said, "Ma'am, only when they are provoked or when they get angry, they become unmanageable. But if you give them clear-cut rules, they can. After 3 or 4 times after having a session with them, lastly she said, "Okay, you take them under your risk and I will give you 2 persons to assist you." But my class students, they did not want any assistance. They wanted only me, and there was an assistant in the class already. Only 2 of us and them. Only 10 of us. So the assistant said, "It is okay, ma'am. Teacher, பரவாயில்ல நம்ம கூட்டிட்டு போலாம். என்ன இங்க பாரிஸ் கார்னர் வரைக்கும் தானே. Just ஒரு 10 stops away. We went. There was no problem. We came back. When we came back, the whole entire school, teachers and the principals were waiting for us. As if I had done a crime on those days. It was in 1888, I think. 88 or 89. See, that is the permission, liberty to enter, approach, or pass from a place to approach or communicate with a person. Those students' need was just to go in the public transport. Transport. The only need that they had is to buy the ticket from the conductor, sit near the driver, enjoy watching the driver driving the bus. Just get down at Paris Corner is a place from somewhere they got, and just to see, there were a lot of shop. It is a shopping place. I told them everyone will be given 10 rupees, and within that 10 rupees you will have to buy everything. There will be nothing else. But nobody paid any. So this is all they want. That permission, that liberty to be given. Then again, what is access? Freedom or ability to obtain or make use of something. Make use of the public transport. That is one that they were all children with no physical problems. They all followed the rules and regulations. So here now sometimes when I'm given occasional training, I handle occasional training. I tell the students, take them on a public transport. Even they are all scared. No, ma'am, they don't know how to walk on the road. They will not know how to walk on the road unless we give them an access to walk on the road. Okay, then what is access? Act or an instance of accessing something. So there are sorry, if I go to examples to take long. Okay, now that is access. Now what is accessible? Accessible is being capable of being reached. A remote region accessible by rail when being within reach. So now Mrs. Elizabeth David, clearly in her felicitation, she said, being within reach, a remote region accessible reach, fashions at accessible price. Capable of being reached. As she pointed out, even today I am asking all of you, are the roads in Kerala, all the public places in Kerala, even I find it very difficult. I am nearly 60 plus 60, I am 60, yeah, 59 plus. So at times I find it difficult, especially when the staircases with no handrails, I find it difficult to climb up. So we have to look into capable of being reached. There is in the government offices, the social department welfare office will be in the 3rd floor. Now I don't know how it is, but many a times when I go many a times I've gone to the collectorate, the lift will not be working. We have to use the stairs. I have seen many persons with crutches holding on to the rail with the great difficulty. And one day when I saw a female, male, I told another person, please help him, at least hold him, at least stand at the back of him, so that he will be at least little bit, secure. That is another thing. Then accessible means easy to speak or deal with. This is something where parents, now sir himself told how much of pressures he had to face to come up to this level. In those days, I know 1972, 78 in Tamil Nadu. I was born and brought up in Chennai. But how many schools? And in those times, I too was in school. In 1272, I was in the 6th or 7th standard, maybe 6th or 7th standard. So where we easy to speak or deal with. Today, you do not find even professionals, even especially public persons, especially the public. If anybody asks, if any, especially persons with challenging needs, if they are to ask anything, immediately they will be disregarded in one way or the other. Even today, that friendly tone to a person with challenging needs is really a need. A co-worker is really a need. Somebody to share their problems is really a need. To speak, then accessible boss that we all need, whether we are with challenging or without challenging. An accessible boss is a definite accessible boss, accessible teacher, accessible counselor, accessible physiotherapist. All these are needed for both parents and persons, or children and persons with challenging needs. Then capable of being used or seen, available. That is what his sir said. Being used, because especially those with neurological impairments, that is children, persons with autism, persons with cerebral palsy, persons with multiple disability, persons with intellectual disability, even persons with specific learning disability, sometimes persons with hearing impaired. Even today, they do not get accessibility to a occasion. Then the other day when I went to school, he comes there now. He comes there as a teacher aide, and he really aids. He's got good good communication. But only thing, he has a bit. If you give him, his problem is if he will do the work a bit slow. Is a person with a slow learner, not in a mild mental retardation category. But he has attended about 13 to 14 interviews. Nobody has accepted him. And now because of that, he has now become a little depressed. And now whenever he goes, first thing itself, he tells the panel that I am a bit slow, so you think twice before you interview me. So there he has to explain. So once that somebody, when you tell the panel that you will be a bit slow, you will not be able to do the work that they want you to do, then who will take you? So here we have to see. So what are the strength? What are the limitations? Actually, it is not weakness. We put it as strength and weakness. We should not put it as strength and weakness. It should be strength. Then it should be limitation. That limitations, for that limitation is the need of accessibility. Okay. Then capable of being understood or appreciated. Remember, Elizabeth ma'am told about, I think about Sister Jofi or about Sister Lisa, I don't know. Both, but to my knowledge, both of them are like that. A warm smile which fills the air. Nothing is told, but the warm, but Along that, Sister Jisa gives you a tap on the shoulder. Everything, the movie are understood, we appreciate it. When you go to SNES, similarly, in the most accessible we need appreciation. We need to be understood. Okay, then capable of being influenced, being open. We need to understand the persons with challenging need. They have a lot. Now, sir, Shankara sir, he is a chartered accountant. I'm sure we will all need his help. We cannot become, all of us are not CAs. And as far as I am concerned, I'm sure he is above me about at least or 100 times above me. Hello? Okay. Then fifth one, easily used or accessed by people with disabilities. Adapted for use by people with disabilities. This clearly, Shankara sir has clearly explained to us how the bathroom should be, how the door should be, how the seating should be, how the parking needs to be, how accessible it should be. Okay, these are the difference between access and accessibility. Now, if you look at this, here, if you look at all these, I have put the pictures of roads only. These pictures of roads are all pictures of Kerala roads. You find during this rainy season. Rain season is over. These are recent pictures, and this is not, you can see the stairs here on one side. You can see the pavement on one side, how it is all cracked. Even a pregnant woman, old women, a old man, a child, a young child, and even a non-challenged person will not be able to use this. It is not accessible. It is very clear. It is not accessible at all. Okay. Again here, you see here the first picture. You see the barriers from the road to the building. Hello. From the road to the building, the person, there is a gap. The wheelchair, the person has to uplift the wheelchair and then put it on the building of the building of the thing. Again here, there are steps. The wheelchair person cannot get access. Then here, toilet. The width of the toilet in the school is only so much. The child cannot go in. Then water, we are deprived of clean water. That is for everyone, even for non-challenged and non-challenged and challenged persons. Basic facilities are not provided today for even for non-challenged and challenged children and person. Then here is a student where she comes to school, but she sees that the lift is out of order. Use the elevator. That is the given in the picture. But she says, how can I use the elevator? I do not have the idea of using it. I do not know. What should I do? So these are the things that then there are, as sir has clearly pointed out, all this. Hello. Okay, now if you look at it, accessible barriers, sir had clearly pointed out. One is physical barrier, one is attitudinal barrier. Attitudinal barrier, Mini ma'am had asked whether the attitude barrier has still remaining. Is it there? Yes, today attitude barrier is in another way. Over this past 35 years, attitude barrier have undergone many changes. In the beginning, that is from 88 to about 2000, there was total. It was that there was no need to train children with mental retardations, autism, cerebral palsy, multiple. They only to be given some sort of basic training. Not even thought about teaching them. Then from around say 1999 to 2000, I must say about 2010, education came, and the need to then came up the special training for children with autism, for children with cerebral palsy. So there, actually, I feel that period was much better because people would understand that everything was needed for them. That is, they need to have accessibility, need to be given for need to be given. That is, they needed attitude barriers. That is, they need to accept them as they are, along with their limitation and whatever potential that is there, that needs to be trained and brought up, and along with that, then training in daily living activities, training in communication, training in and training in recreation activities, training in domestic skills, training in community orientation skills. All that for the past for 10 to 15 years, it was set in place. All this was given importance. But then after about, I must not say it, but inclusion has brought its own set of problems. Today, everyone is concentrating. Even the special schools are concentrating. Some special schools are keen to concentrate on that. Today, what happens is the training in children are given, they denied access for training in activities of daily living, training in communication, training in recreation, training in domestic skills. Today, but this lockdown has made a change. All again, they have come back to the that access is now being given to them. Then training in community orientation, the use of public transport. Then training in building architectural barriers. You see, you must see the many buildings. There will be we are not careful, we will go and hit against a nail or against a rod, and then there are jutters somewhere. So all this makes things very unaccessible even for non-challenged person, children and person. School buildings especially. Government schools, as Sir clearly pointed out. Now the government schools are now much better than they were before. But still, the toilets, where are the classroom is in one place, the toilet is in another place, is at least away from the classroom, or far away from the classroom. How can a child even a child with the child with autism, a child with mental retardation, maybe a child with student with mild mental retardation will know that is the place where, or they must, for children with autism, Sir clearly pointed out, they are all visual learners. So when you want to get accessibility to them, we have to use a lot of visual schedules. They are all visual thinkers. That is what we have to know. They are all visual thinkers. Everything needs to be given to them in pictures. And when they do an activity, what needs to come first? What needs to come second? What needs to come? Then people with what are the concession, the benefit, especially persons with hearing impaired, persons with visual impaired, persons with but they are orthopedically challenged. Then all the other 21 disability or 21 challenging needs mentioned in the RPWD Act, they must be given right to information. We have an act on that, right to information. But how many of those with challenging needs know what are the benefits and concession? Today, under the National Trust, we have the local level committee, guardianship, which is through the local level committee. How many parents who are above 18 know in Kerala, especially in the villages, in the remote villages, know the need for having a legal guardian for their child above 18 years with disability, with challenging needs. These are all right to information. That is one great barrier now. Now another great barrier is, as I said, yes, we need, I'm not saying that academics, you should not teach academics to them. Academics is very essential to them. But that academics that we teach, that must be, they must be able to put it into their daily use. Today I have seen many children, many students who come out of 10th standard and 12th standard, who have got A grade, B grade, but do not know how to write the name. Now, how do we guide? What is their accessible? Yes, government has made a provision for them to get admitted into the 11th standard. But what are the subjects that they need to take? Their curriculum, somebody is taking on, Geeta Gopi is taking on curriculum adaptation, and she is a very good resource person because she was my colleague long back ago in Raksha. So she will be, I'm giving you a clear instruction on that. So there are many barriers to accessibility. Many barriers is in accessibility as far as India is concerned. And then actually now I'm going on to the some of the rules that has been passed for the accessibility. Now United Nations has released first guidelines on access on social justice for persons with disability to make it easier for them to access justice system around the world. They have given 10 set of principles for accessibility. Okay. One is persons with disability shall not be denied access to justice on the basis of disability. Now, for the main, that is very simple. And now I think many of us are aware of it. Not only professions, even the common man is aware of it. That we cannot deny it just because a person has some sort of challenging needs, some sort of limitation. It is a condition, as Sir said. There is a person, he or she is a person. Only then the disability comes. So you have to assess both the strength and the weakness. So we know we cannot deny. I clearly remember when I was in Raksha, there were 4 boys who passed the 10th standard, and 1 boy got admission to the but he was that comes under the second one. Facilities and service must be universally accessible without discrimination of PWD. So this is where I was going to give you an example. Then that boy passed the 10th standard. He got admission into the +1, but the class was on the second floor. So he was a student on wheelchair. So I am a social worker and the principal went. We spoke to the principal. They said we cannot change and we cannot do anything. So that time only the PWD 1995 had just come out. But it has not come out. What to say? There was no hard and fast rule that the schools need to do anything especially for them. So what our request is, can you bring down the class 11th standard down so that this boy can attend? They said no, we cannot do any facility just for 1 person. So, but today it is not like that. Facilities and services must be universally accessible. If there is no ramp, if there is no lift, then the class has to be brought down. The 11th standard class has to be brought down. In many schools, they are doing that now. Okay. Principle 3, PWD, including children with disabilities, have right to procedural accommodation. This is also one example where procedural accommodation. For this, I can give you an example. Long ago, that is when I was working in Raksha. At that time, there was a child. There a mother used to bring her. That Raksha is in Fort Kochi, and the mother was coming from Medapalli. The child was a young child with Rett syndrome. That is one type of autism. So she was coming. So after the intervention, child automatically gets tired, and when the child gets into the bus, the heat of the bus causes sensory problem, and she starts crying loudly. The mother continuously goes in one bus because the kili, we call the kili, the conductor and the driver were very, what to say, very understanding with her. But one day, there were 2 or 3 persons hearing this children and this child crying, said, if the child is sick, why do you want to bring him? Why do you want to bring the child? Why do you want to bring the child in the bus? Can't you go in an auto? So they didn't come for one and a half weeks. Then the social worker came and asked me, why has this child not come? I said, they have not rung up. I don't know exactly why. They were very regular. They have not. She rang up and she asked. Then the mother said, I will come and meet you all. She came and she told the social worker this. Social worker came to us and told us what I said, bring them, let them come. We will go along with them, not along with them. We'll do what we can. So we decided the mother and the child got in first. After in the same bus, at the back, the social worker got in. After 2 or 3 stopping, the person started crying as usual and people started shouting. She got up, social worker got up and said, if this was one of your children, will you all do this? She just asked this question. If this was one of your children or your grandchildren, will you do this? This child is coming to our institution for intervention. She has improved a lot. She has the mother and the child don't they have, so these are the then she said, if this repeats, the bus number will be noted and it will be given to the police station. By the time PWD people in the police stations were aware of the PWD Act. Okay. So when she said, I have the law with me, she told, this is the law. And where they have all the right to access any public places or public transport. Then the bus driver and the conductor told the other persons, please keep quiet, because otherwise our owners will be in trouble and also you all also will be in trouble if they go and give a complaint, and that to an institution gives a complaint, then we will not be able to take the bus. There stopped, there came, then came the we have to have hard and fast rules for some things to get into somebody's head. Okay, to get into the other side. Principle 4, persons of disability have the right to access legal notices and information in a timely and accessible manner on equal basis with others. So all the legal note, all the government information should be accessible to persons with children, parents and persons with challenging needs. Principle 5, persons with disability are entitled to all substantial and procedural safeguards recognized in the international law on equal basis. This is nothing but when we, as they said, if we discriminate or if we do not give accessibility to persons with disability, they have the legal permission to go to the court. Principle 7, PWD have the right to free or affordable legal assistance. When they go to the court, PWD persons have as legal assistant need to be free or it need to be at the minimal cost. PWD have the right to participate in the administration of justice on an equal basis. Now, sir was talking about the election committee. Also, now we have given even persons with intellectual disability can vote. So today we have come up that accessibility is there for them. Okay. Previously it was not there for them. Principle 8. PWD have the right to report complaints, initiate legal proceeding concerning human rights violation and crime. This is there. This is there, and complaints are being registered. But how much of the complaints are being to look at taken up is a question. There is a provision where they can come, but how much of the violation and the violations and crimes are being taken up when there is the complaint is given, but whether the effort is made to find out regarding the crimes is still a question mark in India. Okay. Then effective and robust monitoring mechanism play a role in supporting access to PFR. That I'm sure all of you would agree that there is in India, there is no effective and robust monitoring mechanism, though there is, I will tell you, an audit system. Principle 10, all working in the justice system must be provided with awareness, raising and training program addressing the rights of persons with disability. I think for the past 20 years, we have been right from the parliament, in central parliament to the state parliament, this training program is going on. But many a times, the accessibility is today. Now, I think because of COVID, what has happened is the accessibility for concession, that the concession benefit, that is the concessions that is given in the school when they go to school are being cut because the school is not working. So that which was being given up to 2019 is now not given in many areas. Okay. Now India has this already. Elizabeth ma'am has spoken a bit about it. Accessible India campaign. This started in December 3rd, 2015. It is the main thing is to provide equal opportunity to person with disability to participate in all aspects of life and live independently. This program focuses on accessible physical environment, transportation system. Elizabeth ma'am told our transportation system is set. And Shankara sir said that it is the same also in other states. Information, communication, and ecosystem. Okay. Then this aims to develop an inclusive society. So, include the Department of Empowerment through this program, through Accessible India program. The main aim of the program is to develop an inclusive society. There are work going here and there to make certain communities inclusive, but the entire society of India is still not entire. Out of the full, and if you take India as a whole, I do not know even if 10% of India's India is inclusive society. That we all have to do an audit. Okay. The components of Accessible Indian campaign is to build environment accessibility. Okay, I'm going fast because time is running out. The next one is transportation system accessibility. Then information communication, ecosystem accessibility. You have to give the information, communicate to them in an eco-friendly, ecosystematic way. Okay. Then we can participate. There is a down I have put the link. Participate in accessible. There is an app with these people have brought out, and if we find that any place is not accessible, we can use this app and we can give information regarding the inaccessibility of that building, and we can inform them, and what they say is they will do the needful. Okay. Then targets of Accessible India campaign. Conducting, these are the targets. Conducting accessibility audit of most important government buildings and converting them into fully accessible building. That is the main aim of this campaign in India, is to assess all that is accessible or accessibility audit. Is to assess it. There is a checklist for that, and it covers 4 areas, and in using that checklist we can we can assess the government buildings and convert them into fully accessible building. Then conducting in all public places. Then conducting accessibility of 50% of government websites and all public documents and converting them into fully accessible websites and documents. This is one thing. Then now to do this, we need an access audit. Bobby, time running out. Finished.
Ma'am, you can continue.
Okay. Now the access audit. Now what do you mean by an access audit? And an access audit is also known as DDA audit, that is Disability Discrimination Act audit or Disabled Access audit. Is an assessment of a building, an environment or a service, okay, against best practice standard to benchmark its accessibility to persons with disability. Okay, now we hear for access audit. This I have done, that is long back. The diploma in special education intellectual disability. There is they have in the second year they have a project. So that time this access or that this accessibility was was on that on the highlight. So one of my students did an access audit on Cherpa in a small place of Cherpala. Okay, so he assessed the government bus. He assessed the bus public transport, that is KSRT stand, then railway station. Then he assessed some buildings. Okay, he did only a physical, the environmental audit. So, but the thing was, nothing was at that time, nothing was accessible. Okay, but we have whether that keeps up. Accessibility audit checklist. For doing an access audit is nothing but assessing a building. Either you assess a building or you assess an environment like park, school, hospital, then bank, anything, or a service. Whatever service that is being given to the in a special school, we can assess the services that are being given to, or in a hospital if there is a clinic, early intervention clinic, we can do an access audit on that. What are the services that are given to them on that? Then we can give, we can even audit the social department service, any social department service, any of the districts. Okay. So the access to all, we can how it is being, whether it is accessible to persons with disability. The access audit checklist. This access audit accessibility audit checklist has been written to be used by access auditors undertaking access audit of public building as part of Accessible India campaign. This is a basic tool. And it is just a basic tool, and if we need, according to the person, according to the profession, or according to the engineer, or according to the we are all professional special educators, speech therapists, or anyone, physiotherapist, occupation therapist, anyone, we can even, for example, now there are here we have many, but Sneha Sadak is a training institute. Okay, is a training institute. We can even use that tool to check how we are giving training to our students who will be future special educators. But then we know, we have assumed that it has a good quality and standard quality. We have got a scrap, though there is no assessment done. But we can use it as per our own innovation. We can add further thing. Okay, it can be innovated by the user depending on the type of building or service that is being audited. The checklist for accessibility has been written in sequential format that auditor may prefer to follow. Okay. The checklist goes beyond physical accessibility and addresses issues of making the service provided in the building accessible. It is not only physical accessibility. Access audit is not only physical accessibility, but also there are other areas which it addresses. Okay. Section 1 addresses point, evaluating accessibility of information and communication relating to the service being provided in the building being audited. Now, if it is a bank, there you can go and speak to the manager, you can speak to the customers, you can also speak to persons with challenging needs. How are they getting the accessible in the, how are they getting the information, how are they getting information from the bank, how are the people in the bank officials communicating to them. So these will be, you can also access the audit the bank physical aspect of the bank, whether each counter is accessible, whether the first point is the entry point, whether the entry to the bank is accessible. Next, whether inside the bank, if the person is on a wheelchair, or if the person is using crutch, or using a person with person for help, or if a person is using a mobility cane that is visually impaired. Then if a person, if a child, if a mother with a child who has mother who has a child with or who's autistic, who has child with autism, if is there a quiet place where the mother can go and sit with the child. So all this can be looked into, whether when you answer, this is what section 1 deals with. It deals with information and communication inside the building that we are auditing. Then section 2 deals with the evaluation of services, how the services are provided in the building that are being audited, whether they have a systematic, that is, whether it is that the checklist clear. I have not given the checklist. I will send the checklist along with the, I will email it. Okay. Well, the evaluation of service looks at how the services are provided inside the building that is being audited. Then section 3 deals with the audit of the physical aspects of the building. That consists, that even Sir showed us the external environment and the internal environment. Some elements in the public space have to be considered considered and evaluated for every area. Auditor must keep these elements in mind throughout the audit. What are the elements? Let's see, sign in, how we enter, illumination, the coloring. We must remember that children with autism have sensory problem. So we cannot make it fully, what to say, fully accessible, but at least tolerable. It should be tolerable. Not bright color, not be too much illuminated, but or moderately illuminated. Whether there are, because when the afternoons, you know, the sun becomes very bright, and at that time children with autism become very, especially those who have light sensitivity, then they will not be able, they will close their eyes. So that time, if it is a little bit, if it can be cooled down, color content, too much of bright colors, flooring, it should not, flooring we have to see even for non-blind person. If now we have all these tiles coming up with, even where I find it difficult to walk at times, especially if my floor, if my my chappals or my shoes do not have a gripper. I have to see, I always see that when I buy a shoe or a chappal, I see that at the bottom there is a gripper. Otherwise, when I go to bank and when I go to these malls and other places, it is so slippery that I'm sure a person will definitely fall. So you can imagine the others. So you have this, all this needs to be accessed. Then the section 4 must be added as an addendum to the, there is a book on barrier-free and accessibility. Okay, so that can be used. This section 4 can be used as an addition to the handbook on barrier-free and accessibility, as these areas are not adequate addressed in the handbook. Okay, these areas are not addressed, but this section that you have, but you have to use that book and also this audit checklist when you assess a building. Okay, because many areas in the handbook have been left out. Okay, now this is what I have dealt with. Then if you have any questions, I can ask, because accessibility is one thing which, as what Elizabeth ma'am rightly said, as Shankara sir rightly said, it is a topic of a big, there are so many things, accessibility. Today we do accessibility to, okay, somebody is taking on occasional training. There are so many aspects on accessibility which cannot be covered in 1 hour, which needs that is, accessibility is one thing we must remember. When a society is made accessible for children and persons with challenge needs, it will be also made accessible for young children and for the old people. I remember in Coimbatore, there are many parks in Coimbatore. Coimbatore is a place known for many parks. So there is one park opposite to our college, opposite to National College. So when I was doing my PhD, I used to go there for a walk at least thrice a week just to relax. So there I used to, that park is from the main road, but even if you come through by a wheelchair, you can easily go into the park, and the park is actually for morning walkers. Okay, morning and evening walkers, and it is fully concreted. It is round in shape or oval in shape, and almost it is 2 kilometers in circumference. So if you walk fully, you will cover 2 kilometers. So in the evenings when you go, there will be one person. He comes in a car. But that car he has made it accessible, where the wheelchair, he can bring out his wheelchair, and he will sit in one corner, and all his friends will come and talk to him. So these are the things we see here and there, but this should be a common sight. Today we have parks. There are parks. But what is coming up is today, I don't know how many of you all will agree to it. Sensory park for children with autism. Is it essential? Okay, I will stop the sharing.
Sorry, ma'am.
No, I just asked the participants.
Five more minutes.
Okay, finished. Almost. Okay, now I just want to ask the participants, if now there is a new trend that is coming up, which says sensory park for children with autism. Is that right? There are many participants from other states also, I think. Anybody can answer my question or give a sensory park for children with autism. What do you say? Many people are bringing up that concept. Somebody called me 2 weeks ago and asked me, teacher, what is sensory park for autism? I immediately asked, only for children with autism. I immediately asked, if you are going to have a park for children, yes, they will get all the other sensory things. But park is a place where children socialize. So that should be a sensory park for children. For any child can come there. It should be accessible to any child. It should not be accessible only to one category. Why a person, if a child with cerebral palsy or an adult with cerebral palsy, he will benefit from the sensory park. Why for sensory park for children with autism? This concept is coming too much in Kerala, and which I am a bit disturbed about. We must think, if there are if I say this open, there will be many people here who will come to kick me. I'm sure they will come to kick. Children, there should not be special schools are essential, and teaching children with autism do need different methods. I do agree to it. I really do agree to it. ABA is very essential. PEX is very essential. But above and everything, they need to get accessibility to socialize with their non children with autism. At least with children with intellectual disability, the best persons who can develop their social interaction are children with Down syndrome. They are very much socialized. They are good socializers. They are better socializers than us. I have experienced it in my life. They can bring out an autism child to speak. A child with autism to speak. I have experienced it. Or they can bring out a child with autism to sing, to dance, to cooperate. What all which we teach, I as a special educator at times found it difficult. My students with Down syndrome found it very easy to do it. Within 1 week, they brought one child's behavior problem under control without any no hitting, no beating, nothing. By playing with them. But today we school for children with autism. Please, parents and teachers who are listening, think for a moment. Is that accessibility you are giving for children with autism? Because this is coming up very thing. Is it an accessibility? Yes. See, I'm taking the child to occupation therapy. I'm taking the child to special speech therapy. I'm taking the child to sensory integration therapy. But are they seeing children with non-challenged venda? At least the non-other. That's what I said. At least with the visual impairment, orthopedically handicapped person, children with orthopedically handicapped, who can do much more than us. Children with visual impairment may not be at an younger age, they may not be able to do. But Down syndrome, I said, they are very good socializers. And they can make a child with autism socialize effectively. That is something we need to understand. Think accessibility. I'm stopping here, and but all these things I have taken over time. Think about accessibility. What are the inaccessibility which is in us, which we need to bring out, we need to fade out, and where we need to be accessible. First thing is we need to be accessible. There are many areas where we are not accessible to children and persons with challenging needs. So think, and I thank you all, especially Sister Jisa, Bob, Mr. Reverend Sister Jisa, Principal, Bobby Ma'am, and Mr. Joffy, and Minnie Thomas for giving me this unique opportunity. I'm sorry, I took a little bit of time. I hope it was somewhere useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. That was a truly amazing, descriptive. And I must say the last point which you added was simply amazing. I mean, I didn't know that we could use the help and support of a child with Down syndrome to teach socializing skills to children with autism. I think it's also a way we can say that it's a peer-intended, mediated learning.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
So thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful. All the participants have put a very good comment saying that they really enjoyed your class in the chat box. You can see if you are there.
Yeah.
And thank you so much,
thank you all
and,
of you.
To all the
okay. To all the participants, I thank you so much for patiently listening to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Reading skills in children with autism. So she is an authority. So we look forward to listen to you more and more in the coming months.
Yeah, okay. Yes, definitely, ma'am. Whenever I am called, I will definitely be there.
Come back at 12:15 for the next session. Thank you. Enjoy your break after this long brain-infused sessions. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Anita, ma'am.
Okay, bye.
Bye, ma'am.
മോളെ ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ് ദിവസം മോളെ നെയ്ക്ക് ഇട്ടിട്ട് ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്തു. ഓട് അറിഞ്ഞില്ലടി ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ ഇത് വീഡിയോ ഇത് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തിടാം. പിന്നെ ഫോട്ടോഷൂട്ട് ഒന്നും ഇല്ലല്ലോ. പിന്നെയാണ് അച്ഛൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ഫോട്ടോഷൂട്ട് മൂവിയായിട്ട് നിൽക്കണം. അമ്മായിയമ്മനെ നമ്പരൊക്കെ ചിത്തൻ അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. പിന്നെ തല മാത്രമാക്കി ഇട്ടു. ഒരു ബണ്ണ് അവിടെ കിടക്കണ്ടേ, അത് വേഗം ഇട്ടിട്ടു. മുടി കമ്മക്കട്ടെ. പിന്നെ വേഗം ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് വേഗം പോയി കുളിച്ച് റെഡി ആയി. പിന്നെ ദിവസം റെഡി ആയി.
ANESH അല്ലേ? ഞാൻ ഇതിന്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ഞാൻ മെയിൽ ഇടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ അകത്ത് യു ക്യാൻ ടേക്ക് സപ്പോർട്ട് ഫ്രം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് 2 പേരുടെ നമ്പറും ഇടുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ നമ്പറിലൊന്ന് വിളിച്ച്
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a very good lunch. Now it's time to get back to our education sessions. Dr. Jayanti Pujari, at present, Professor and Director of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Before joining Amity University, Dr. Pujari has held distinct positions in the field of education and has served the underprivileged races. An expert in the field of special needs with 30 years of experience to her credit, Dr. Pujari holds major responsibilities that include academic and administrative leadership, nurturing innovations, and inspire faculty and students to engage in cutting-edge research and innovations of vital value to uplift the disability rehabilitation field. She is a certified rehabilitation professional as well as an expert and is a member of the Distinct Rehabilitation Professionals Committee. She has served as research guide to Masters in Education students and at present is guiding scholars of PhD in special education. To her credentials, she has written numerous research papers, articles, and published books. Her farsightedness, unsurpassed knowledge, and dedication has made an impactful imprint in the field of rehabilitation sciences. Apart from strengthening the teaching learning process, research and extension programs special focus on innovation and conceptuality to foster global competencies among students is her passion. Dr. Jayanti, I invite you to strengthen us on the topic accessibility in vocational education and training. The virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Sneha Sadan for selecting such an apt topic for the webinar on CRE, Continuing Rehabilitation Education. And I'm sure the rehabilitation professionals must be gaining very good knowledge about the accessibility, which is a key term in the inclusive education now in India. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude for inviting me and for sharing my experience in the field of vocational education and training. Thank you so much. And before starting, I would like to share with all of you that we have come across the two decades of inclusive education, where the accessibility is the key mantra for all of us. And vocational education and training and vocational employment of persons with disability is the ultimate rehabilitation, what I understand. And when we are in the field of inclusion, accessibility is a very important for all of you to know that how can we make the vocational training and education accessible for persons with different disability so that they can get a training and they can settle in a economic independence for to improve their quality of life. Let me share the screen of the PPT. And participants, when I'm not audible or anything, you please let me know, because I can see only my screen. I cannot see anything else.
Yeah, we'll let you know, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Sorry?
Is it visible?
Yes,
The
yes.
PPT slide is visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
visible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the topic given to me is the vocational education and training for all disability. Your CRE webinar is the for all disability. But mostly, as we know, some of the persons with disability have more advantage, and they can get included and accessible very easily than anybody else. So I will be mostly focusing on the vocational education and training for the developmental disability stream, and few on the sensory and other disability. Okay, let me know my presentation will be first we will be telling about what is a vocational education and training, what are the different options for vocational education and training, what do we mean by accessibility, and how can we implement the inclusive accessible vocational training for different group of disability. And for specifically, we will be discussing the different ground rules for different disability, like specific learning disability, intellectual disability, hard of hearing, blind, and other things. And as we know, the vocational education, I just want to refresh your mind and would like to tell you about what is vocational education, or vocational education and training is defined. It has been defined by Leitmeyer in 2011, that also it is also called career and technical education in some of the different other countries. It prepares learners for jobs that are based on manual or practical activities, traditionally non-academic and totally related to a specific trade, occupation, or vocation, hence the term in which the learner participates. It is sometimes referred to as a technical education also, as the learner directly develop expertise in a particular group of techniques and technology. And vocational inclusion is very, very important because it promotes positive attitude. As I told you, vocational rehabilitation is the ultimate rehabilitation for persons with disability. And vocational education and training is a main key for the people with disability to become self-reliant. And we all are working when we are the rehabilitation professionals, we are working towards making them self-reliant. Okay. And also it widens the opportunities for them to find a job which fits with their talent and preference. This is very important, that it is not that everybody they are able to appear for all the jobs. It depends upon that what are their residual abilities. So we are here, we rehabilitation professionals are here when we match the job skill and the job demand, and we make them self-reliant by providing the opportunity for the job which fits with their talents and preferences and the residual abilities. And also it provides them with skills to make progress in their life. That is very important because their quality of life is definitely will improve, and we empower them if you are giving them vocational training and education and making them vocational rehabilitation, then we are empowering them to the maximum. And vocational training should be promoted to be part of the complete rehabilitation program that preferably takes place within their own community. Nowadays, in the recent legislations also, vocational education has been given a lot of importance, and it has been given that it should start from the school time. And in special education field also, you all also must be knowing that the vocational education is included in the special education stream from a very early childhood as a pre-vocational skill or preparing for the vocational skill. And it is the preparation for job that calls for extensive practical experience and training. As we said earlier, that it is a non-academic Most often it is a non-academic area, and we train them in the more of the manual and the belong at par with their residual abilities. So disability suitable and market oriented vocational training. This is very, very important, friends. Disability suitable and market oriented. Nowadays, if we see 10 years back, the special schools, almost all special schools, they will have a vocational training centers, and the same traditional skills will be trained to them: candle making, chalk making, printing, tailoring, and then what is that, book binding, and all these things. Those are not, if it is market oriented, then it is fine, but many of the time, the what we train them as a vocational training, it does not mitigate them with a job. They do not get the job opportunities of the same, and there are a lot of less demand in those areas. So it is very, very important that we should teach them job related training, job placement or self-employment opportunities, and reasonable accommodation in workplace is very much successful package in the world, which is really supported to enhance the economic life of persons with disability in many places. And friends, you please remember this reasonable accommodation. This word is a very key word in the accessibility. And if you remember this word, I have taken from the universal design of learning, which says there should be reasonable accommodation. It is also a key word in the inclusive status. So it is very important that the training should be given. Disability suitable and market oriented vocational training has to be devised, which is job related training, and where the persons will, whatever training we are giving, that must be utilized in his future life. And providing vocational training to persons with disability is a bit different and complicated than other people, since functional limitations and essential supports needed varies according to the disability category and level of severity. This is very true in the sense that we know there are different type of disability, different level of different degree of disability. Who has, some people have need support in speaking, some people need support in auditory, some people need supports in the complex tasks, some people in the mobility, and in that also there are different degrees. I will be showing you in my next slide how the disability norms are there. So then what are the different types of vocational education and training? Let me just refresh your mind that what are the vocational education and training, especially for individuals with developmental disability. We are there. There are many vocational education and training in the mainstream, in the inclusive setup, which almost all higher level of disability, and not higher level, different type of disability who do not have a cognitive impairment, they also access those training. But there are certain training model. It is mainstream model, or what we call the inclusive vocational training. And it is, there are these models are government centers, private sectors, or NGOs run vocational training center to provide training for any interested or needy people, any suitable people, that is. These training centers provide quality training and certified trainees as able to work in relevant job or business. This is like the inclusive or mainstream model. They have like what in India we say vocational rehabilitation center, ITI, and other rehabilitation center, where all the people they get training, and everywhere they have a minimum eligibility criteria, and if they provide, they satisfy this minimum eligibility criteria, they get the training in different vocational areas, and they get a certificate that this person is certified trained in this vocational training center. In order to mainstream people with disability, the physical infrastructure, rules and regulations, systems, curriculum, and evaluation processes provided in training centers should be made disability friendly. In this inclusive setup, this is very good. Actually, this is the first option for vocational training for persons with disability. But the physical infrastructures, rules and regulations, systems, curriculum, evaluation processes, everything has to be adapted depending upon the needs and strength of the persons who is taking the training. The resource person, that is a trainer or job coaches, should be also fully oriented about disability issues and capacity of persons with disabilities. Since being inclusive in nature, this model is very demanding and effective. Most of the persons with disability want to be trained through such type of model. This is a very, very popular model and very highly demanded model. But and nowadays also government is making lot of provisions to make the persons with disability adaptable to the centers. Then the next centers is community-based model, and it is everyone, we all of us know that CBR model is the best model in India because we are having the mostly rural areas. Community-based model program suggested the best strategy for the overall development, rehabilitation, empowerment of persons with disability in the world. One of the key component is economic empowerment, which enhance the economic participation of PWD in community. The economic participation is enhanced by mobilizing the local resources and community cooperation in the community. This point is very important because in what is the difference between community-based model and the inclusive model? Here we mobilize the resources, the existing resources we mobilize, and depending upon the persons with disabilities, their residual ability, we match the job, and then the community-based rehabilitation takes place. And a lot many work has been done, and I think because you all are the students of special education and other rehabilitation field, so you must be knowing that what are the different community CBR model, how it works, what are the principles, what are the different merits, demerits, and advantages, all these things. The persons with disability are supported to start self-employment or get relevant job in the local labor market technically and financially. Here the community-based rehabilitation is taken like a small-scale industry, and wherever the hereditary economic centers, they take off, but they train the participants and they give them the employment. Then there is a called apprenticeship model, which is like the internship model. The model provided skill in a particular subject by working with experienced and skilled person in his or her workshop or workplace. Like we on the job training or job training we give. If you are a special educator from a vocational training center, you must be knowing once we train them in the center, and then half day or twice in a week or 4 days in a week, we send them to the original job place where they can, whatever they have learned in a segregated setup in a center, that they can apply in that model. That is like a internship. What student they do, that is like a internship they do. Then there is a peer training. In peer training, successful business people teach their skills to others. This is the we train them under the successful people. That is also is done. That is the one model of vocational training. Then there is a group training. Group training, when at a time the same level of people, the same residual ability with the same type, we train in a group. It is learns within a group of people having same training needs. It is a time resources saving model. Here we may have many groups having same interest involved in the same job. Like you can teach a group of people on bookbinding, you can teach a group of people on baking skill, you can teach a group of people on the tailoring skill. When there is a group involved in training. Then there is a sheltered model. Sheltered model is very popular in India and it is very successful if it is implied properly, perfectly. The traditional model, where persons with disability were kept in specially designed structure and provided different types of vocational training. And the trained men are given work in the same shelter and paid for their work. The shelter workshop market produce good which is the marketable. And I have seen when I visited Kerala, I have seen there are many sheltered models very successfully working. In fact, I have seen very good vocational training centers in when few times when I visited as a part of the RCI inspection to the different part of the Kerala. And I always give, when staying in Delhi, I always give the example that if you go to down south, you see the real inclusion and you see the real vocational training and employment in the down south. Okay, then let us see what is accessibility. Now we have discussed what is vocational training and then how this vocational training will be implemented, how we can implement the principle of accessibility in vocational training. So this has been defined by UNCRPD. All of you are familiar with UNCRPD. UNCRPD defines accessibility as access on an equal basis with others to the physical environment, to transportation, to information and communication, including information and communication technology and systems, and to other facilities and services open or provided to the public both in urban and rural areas. It says accessibility is not only the physical environment, it is not limited to only one area, but it is for the physical environment, transportation, information, communication and information communication technology and system. So when we are going to imply accessibility in vocational education and training, we also must see these variables. How the physical environment has to be accessible, how the transport has to be accessible, what are the other communication modalities so that they can get the information properly, and what is the use of information communication technology so that we can make the vocational education more accessible for the persons with disability. And making your environment accessible is crucial to inclusion. And this accessibility is very crucial for success of inclusion. This is an ILO slide, International Labour Organizations, where they say the term vocational rehabilitation means that the part of the continuous and coordinated process of rehabilitation which involves the provision of vocational services. What are the vocational services? Vocational guidance, vocational training, selective placement, and which are designed to enable a person with disability to secure and retain a suitable employment. This is a very important slide. So vocational training, if it is not aiming at economic independence, that is, there is no, it is not of value. So a vocational rehabilitation comprises of vocational training, vocational guidance and selective placement. What selective placement means? It is to secure a placement and retain the suitable placement. As you all know, there are many instances that with so much effort we train a person with disability in some vocational training, then you identify a vocational employment for the person and we make the person join the company or somewhere, but retaining the employment is very difficult. So we all must aim at not only securing the training and securing a job, but how the person can retain the employment for his of ultimate rehabilitation. Experience in many countries shows that with the right opportunity, support and training, people with disability can make valued contribution in the workplace. So what? It is not that vocational training is always a failure or vocational employment for persons with disability is not success. It says that with right opportunity and right support is very important, and training, people with disability can make lot of contribution and they can retain the job. However, stereotypes mistaken assumption, negative attitudes, and lack of knowledge are preventing them from realizing their right to employment. What does it mean? Friends, we all know, being in the disability rehabilitation field, we know that giving right type of support, right type of opportunity, right type of training, a person with disability really can learn whatever we are teaching them. But there are in the community, there are a lot of stereotypical, there are a lot of myths that a person with disability ye kahan kar sakta hai, whether he will not be able to do it, why they, so there are a lot of myths that they cannot function as part with the peer group. But we as a rehabilitation professional, we have to break that myth. We should show them that with right opportunity, with right support and right training, persons with disability can really make a successful employment. And how it is possible? If we can include that concept of accessibility in vocational training and education and employment, it will be definitely we are going to succeed. So persons with disability, most human rights, including the freedom to receive information, the freedom of movement, the right to work or social integration depend on accessibility. So when we are going to include accessibility, what are we going to do? We must include the freedom to receive information. Many times the information is so complicated. The persons with disability, they lack what it is called accessing the information. The freedom of movement, the right to work or social integration is all the key mantra for the accessibility. So when we allow all these things, it will be very easily we can incorporate the accessibility component in the vocational training. Many persons with disability are excluded from active participation in society because of doorways that are too narrow for wheelchairs, steps that cannot be mounted leading to a building, buses, trains and aircrafts, telephones and light switches that cannot be reached by persons with a disability, and also sanitary facilities that cannot be used by persons with disability. So many experiences, they say that because the persons with disability, they could not access the main things which is very basic for their survival. That's why also the vocational training and employment is not very successful in the countries. So once the accessibility in the areas of mobility, like the entry accessibility, then if the building, buses, train, all this thing has been done, there will be definitely people can access and they can get a better training and can retain a employment. It's not going. Okay. Similarly, other type of barriers can exclude persons with disability also. For example, oral communication, which ignores the needs of the hearing impaired. And now, because of this COVID, you all must be aware that the persons with hearing impairment who survive because of the lip reading and sign language, it is very difficult because they are finding all the people wearing a mask. It is restricting them to read through their lips. So this ignores the need of the hearing impairment. Written information which ignores the need of the visually impairment. Such barriers are result of the ignorance and lack of concern. They exist despite the fact that most of them could be avoided at no great cost by careful planning. It is not, we are not going to invest so much if we are having the oral communication can be made in a poster, or written communication can be heard, audio tapes. So that is not a lot of investment we are not going to do, but just we ignore, we do not take care of this accessibility component. So if we can, the minimum accessibility component can be included in different vocational training and education, definitely most of the persons with disability will benefit, and they will get training and they will retain an employment for their future. Okay, let me just tell you that what are the common barriers for the persons with disability and how we can alternate and make it as an accessible. Like you all must be knowing that printed text papers, that is a barrier for incompatible with screen readers used by blind, low vision students and students with learning disability. Printed papers. So how can you make it accessible? You can supplement with audio tapes, provide an electronic copy of the text. So this is with the no investment, but only thing we should be smart enough to include all this accessibility in the vocational training or education. Then the audio format. When we are going for the audio format, how it poses barrier? It poses barrier for the students with hearing impaired. They may not hear it. Student with specific learning disability who has auditory processing disorder may have difficulty in understanding any audio format. So it is very easy. You audio, if it is there audio, we can make it as a supplement with some printed text. Audio plus printed text. Then it will be accessible for almost all people. Then let us go to the other format, that is the video. Suppose you are showing some video or any task you want to exchange through a video. So it is barriers for whom? It is barrier for blind and low vision students, they may not see it. Students with specific learning disability may have also difficulty understanding it because their audio processing is delayed. So here what you will do, you can do a provide description, captions or written transcript. Nowadays, the like this institutions, premier institutions who are working for the persons with blind and low vision, they are having a movement. They are everything they are converting into the caption and written transcript. And there is a very good there is a very good practice for the students also. They they train you how you also can volunteer to make the video as a written script. So it has been done in our Amity University for the students, and those people they came and they showed that how the video, if you are tied, your eyes are blindfolded, and if you will show a video, are you able to make out anything? But along with the video, if there is some captions or written transcript, then it can be understandable by a person with blind. With this very low cost, we can make the things accessible. And then the other barriers format is synchronous. Blind and low vision student and student with LD and ADHD students with medical and physical and physiological disability may have difficulty following up and keeping up. So like we can make online format for all for some discussion to allow more time to processing and responding. Then there is also barriers in the format of the evaluation, that is the test and quizzes. Many students with disability have slower processing speeds that impact the performance. So how can we make it accessible? You can nowadays also CBSE and ICSE and other UGC also, they have given all these facilities, providing extended time, supplementing with audio, providing large text size and options. All this also facility has been given to the school students, and this is at the no cost. We can make it the things very accessible and the training very accessible. Okay. This is a slide I have taken because we are, as I told you, NEP 2020 is focusing more on the vocational education. This is for we are in the era of inclusion, and this is for the persons with for all it is. The vocational education will be integrated into all schools and higher education institution in a phased manner. That means if it is for all, then also it includes the persons with disability also. We will wait and see how it is going to do it. As per the India has very, very progressive legislations, very good legislation compared to other countries. And NEP 2020 is also a trademark. So by 2025, at least 50% of the learners to the school and higher education systems will have exposure to vocational education. Let us wait and see how for our persons with disability, the government is making the vocational education first, then how it is making the vocational education accessible. And I think there are a lot many work is been going on to find out that how we can make the vocational training, education and employment accessible for persons with disability. Okay. Then when we say that we should train them, persons with disability should be trained in the depending upon the market related jobs. So it is not only the trade skill, it is also the life skill. What it is say is very, very important. In many of our training centers, vocational training centers, we focus on the trade skill and we ignore the generic skill or the life skill or the employability skill, which is very, very important for a person with disability to retain the job. To participants, I'm telling that vocational training is meaningless if the person is not able to retain an employment, not able to fetch an employment. So always from the day one, it should be planned that this vocational training, if the person I am giving this vocational training, how I am making it accessible, how I am making it is a market related, and how I am making it a job skill matching so that this person will retain a job. It is not for the time that we are giving only the vocational training and leaving the child into the parent that there will be stagnation at the home. It is not. If you are the torchbearer of the disability rehabilitation field, you are the second generation of the disability rehabilitation field. When you go for the vocational training, you must see after 10 years where the child is. If you are going to train him in one trade, then will this trade will fetch him an income? Will this trade will make him a vocational rehabilitation, vocational employment? All these things you should keep in mind, and then only you should keep. So these are the top 12 employability skill, which is very important for persons with disability also to teach them. That is the communication, literacy, it is the functional literacy and numeracy, enthusiasm and commitment, team working, ability to turn up on time, punctuality that is called, problem solving, IT skill, digital literacy is very important. Then personal presentation. This is also very, very important for a person. Personal presentation, customer care, keenness to learn and self-motivation. So we as a rehabilitation professional, we must focus on when we are giving the trade related vocational training, not only the vocational training, but also employability skill training also has to be included in the vocational training and given to the students with disability. This is getting stuck. I don't know why. Okay. This is one picture I have taken where the vocational training in the mechanical area they give, and generally you all who are working in the special school, you must be knowing that this type of vocational training center you must be seeing in so many places. Okay. Then let us see that with the evolution of human rights movement, the social model of disability has emerged, which views society as creating barriers that prevent people with disability from fully participating in their communities and economics. Society has the obligation to remove these barriers, and people with disability need to play a central role in the removal. So participants, you are the main person, you are the main forerunner who can really help in making the vocational training accessible and removing the barriers. Removing barriers may involve making the environment accessible, making the information available, having laws and policies about inclusion, and working towards changing attitudes about people with disability. This is the main thing, which is also the main term for universal design of learning. Environment, making the environment accessible, making the information available, and having law and practices about inclusion and working towards changing attitude. With all these things, surely the myths and facts, the attitude is definitely going to change for the community. Now I would like to bring to your notice few of the disability fact with knowingly or unknowingly sometimes we ignore it, or knowingly, and most of the people with from the community, they have this type of thinking. Like some of important points to consider are: a disability can be something visible, such as seeing a person walking with a cane, or it can, like disability can be something you cannot see, or it is a invisible, such a person who cannot hear or has a learning disability. Many times when you go for the employment negotiations, तो the employer, they say, अरे ये तो disabled ऐसे दिव्यांग जैसे दिखता नहीं है, he does not look like a दिव्यांगजन. So दिव्यांगजन, so that is something we explain them. There are some visible disability, there are some invisible disability. So, and disability have levels. For example, blindness, deafness, specific learning disability, autism, psychosocial disability, or intellectual disability. Depending upon their levels, whether they are visible or invisible. So, however, people vary in their abilities even when they have the same type of disability. Participants, I think you agree with me. We are dealing, when we are training a group of persons with disability, we are dealing with a group of heterogeneous group, no homogeneous group, because with the same IQ level, with the same associated condition, with the same age, maybe the residual skill will differ. There may be. That's why it is very important for a person to find out the abilities when there are difference in the ability even in the same type of disability. Like one person who is blind may not see anything. Another person who is level blind may not be completely blind and can see enough to navigate and to read big prints. So we should not generalize it. You should educate the community members. You should educate the other member that all the disability are not homogeneous. It is a group of heterogeneous group, and it differ within the disability criteria also. The person with cerebral palsy may not be able to walk, talk clearly, or use his or her hands easily. Another person with cerebral palsy may be able to walk with support, talk, be easily understood, or use their hands. So a disability level is not an explanation. It is not that the persons, we should not take it as a generalized terminology that the persons with visual impairment, they cannot do this work. Persons with hearing impairment, they cannot do this work. Should not take a generalized opinion, and you should educate the community member also that it is the individual need, it is individual strength, and we go by the individual strength and then we train them. It is an explanation of what a person can or cannot do within your center, workshop, or classroom. So you should not make assumption about a person based on the types of disability or level they have. It is for whom you all are special educators or rehabilitation professional. I think you all know this. We have to educate the community member that they do not fall under the same category of disability, Divyang. They have different abilities, they have different strengths, they have different needs. Some people with disability will need no changes in order to participate in a vocational training program. Coming to the vocational training program, it is not that always accessibility is required. You should not think that nahi accessibility banana, we have to make it accessible, and vocational training for persons with disability has to be accessible. So whether the person require or not require, you make it accessible. It is not. Accessibility is depending upon the ability of the person. What is required? That is the equity based adjustment. Like if a person is requiring this much level, this much degree, then you should do that only. So some people disability, they may not need any accessible environment, they may not need any adaptation, they may function as it is with the same inclusive setup or same existing training centers. So we have to see that what are the things they really require. For example, someone who walks with a slight limp and is involved in a training may not need any specific accommodation. Like disability categories, this 40% of disability certificate is a very, very debatable issues. Okay, there may be a person may be limping little, but he is able to functions everything 100%. So he may not need any accessibility. We do not want any specific accommodation for that person. So it is your smartness that how you make the situation comfortable for the person. If accessibility is not required, we do not go for the any modification or accommodation. Others will need minor changes that are easy to make. For example, someone may need larger print to read. Still others may need more significant support, such as help getting around a building, a chance to feel things a trainer is describing during a lecture, or audio tapes or print material. So what it says, disability fact and consideration, it says depending upon the requirement, equity based accommodation has to be made in the vocational training and education. Okay. When we say multiple perspective on inclusion, what now when we have spoken about what is vocational training, what is accessible, and how can we make the accessible, what are the do's and do nots of making the accessible vocational training. So, and this accessibility is one of the mantra for achieving successful inclusion. So what are the perspective of inclusion? People with and without disability will have varying experience and attitudes about disability inclusion. Many people with disability seek the same opportunity as people without disability. Like they want to go to school, they want to develop skills, they want jobs, they want homes, they want family and friends. They do not want to be separated, segregated, or isolated from others. They do not want others to decide whether or where they go for training or what career path they take. They want to choose where they live. They want to participate fully in activity with family and friends. But like persons with disability, what is the main of the independent living? Participants, you must be knowing that independent living is not the living independently, but exercising the choice for yourself. The person independent living means, it does not say that you are not depending on anybody. Independent living says that you should give the choice to a person that where he wants to go to school, what skill you want to develop, what job, what all these things. When it has been given to choose their life, then only that is an independent living. Are we working for that? We should question ourselves. Are we in the same way, or we are taking the judgment for the persons? We are deciding the IEP goal on our own, whichever teaching learning material I am having, and whatever in my training time I have learned that this area, shape concept, size concept, color concept, traffic signals, all let me take and let me finish. It is not. It should be participants, students, and special educators. Please see that what the persons with disability want. what is his real need. And if you can bring little smile in the face of a person with disability with your effort, that is more than enough. That is more than a gold medal to you. So before planning anything, you should not take for granted. We should know that what the person is comfortable with. Okay, there might be situation where they say that no, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lecturer. I have seen in my earlier career that I have seen that student, if you ask what you want to be, then they'll say mujhe to doctor banna hai, I to want this, that, but I'm not telling that you should go by that. I am telling there should be a realistic goal. There should be a goal which is matching with the child's ability and wishes and the choices of the child, and you are able to achieve that goal. So those type of goal we should take. Okay. So with all these things, how we can achieve all these things when we are telling that we should be able to match the students' demand, and we should give them a choice to live. How? There should be some accessibility, and that is the main principle of universal design of learning. All of you, I think you know that the main principle of universal design of learning is it should be accessible, it should be usable, and it should be inclusive. Okay, so let us see what is universal design. Functional definition. When we say functional definition of accessibility, it says it provides students with the opportunity to acquire the same information. What is it? Universal design says that you should adapt, you should provide accommodation in the way that whatever information is required, they should acquire the same information. They should engage in the same interaction, and they should enjoy the same services. So the accessibility is not making the situation simple. It should be at par with their peer group. It should be equity based. It should be depending upon the need of the specific person who is participating in that. So the accessibility is when you are going to give the same information, when you are engaging the students in the same interaction and enjoying the same services. And who will do it? You as a students, you as a special educator, you should try and do it. How you can provide the accessibility to the student to acquire the same information. Whatever is existing for others, that with some adaptation, the same knowledge should go to the persons with disability, and they should engage in the same type of the interaction place. Also, you give them a other mode of communication so that they can also interact with others in the same way. Okay, this is the principle of inclusion, what we say, like principle of universal design. Like the principles are equitable use, flexibility in use, simple and intuitive use, then perceptible information, tolerance for error, low physical effort, size and space for approach and use. This is related, the universal design related to vocational training. What all things, how can we help accessible in vocational training? So there should be the design is useful and marketable to people with diverse ability. You should make the design in such a way that it should be used by everybody. Okay, you can see in this thing is not being, the person cannot use this trolley. Okay, then flexibility in use. The design accommodates a wide range of individual preferences and abilities depending upon the Depending upon the abilities of the child, left-handed or right-handed or grip and all, you can make the design in a simple way so that there will be flexibility in use. Then also simple and intuitive use. Use of the design is easy to understand regardless of the user's experience, knowledge, language, skills or educational level. So it should be, the information should be such pictorial or descriptive or something, so that everybody, it should be simple and it should be used by everybody. Then there is perceptible information. The design should be such that it communicates necessary information effectively to the users regardless of different diverse condition or the user's sensory ability also. Then the tolerance for errors. The design should minimize the hazards and the adverse consequences of accident or unintended actions. Sometimes if you are going on training in the manual job, sometimes there might be some cut, some fire or something. So the universal design for vocational training tools should be made in such a way that it should be tolerance for error. And also, so it should be, the design can be used efficiently and comfortably and with a maximum of the fatigue. You should not put all your work and then you should do. It should be easy to operate. Then size and space for approach and use. It is appropriate and space provided to approach for the and manipulation of the user's body for the training centers or somewhere. So when you are going to use accessibility in vocational training, we should keep in mind that different principles. This is equitable use, flexibility in use, simple and intuitive use, perceptible information, tolerance for error, low physical effort, size and space for approach and use. Some or other way, if you can accommodate, if you can follow the principles, we can surely make the accessibility for persons with disability in vocational training. Okay, these are also few of the examples of the flexibility in use. The design accommodates wide range of individual preference and ability. So who is a left-handed, who is right-handed, depending upon them, you can make the scissor. And there are also, I have seen many adaptation, like low-cost adaptation has been made in different special school for the students, and with the like small thing. All the special educators also, I have seen, very innovative. They make all the adaptation, how to make the punching machine, how to use the stapler, how to use all other things also have been. That is nothing but you are making it flexibility to use for the persons with disability. These are also few of the tool how we can change it and we can make it accessible. Okay. Now let us see how to apply the principles of universal design to instruction. Okay, we have seen, we have discussed that how you can apply the principles of universal design to the different tools and different other areas. So, but instruction is very important for us to make we should see how the instruction can be accessible for the persons with disability. So the first one is use multiple modalities when presenting instruction. What are the different modalities? Audio, video, print, all these modalities should be presented while presenting the instruction. Give trainees copies of the slides, overheads and notes, so that if they have any problem in reading or anything, they can go through that and they can learn it. Always have a sequence always have a sequence and orient trainees to it. It is, first we are going to do this, second we are going to do this, third we are do this, and so forth. Like you who are participants who are working with the spectrum disorder, the group of children group of trainees who are in autism spectrum disorder, you must be knowing the scheduling is very, very important. And scheduling not only for the autism spectrum disorder, it helps everybody. If they have a gauge of the work, what they are doing in the morning, if they are coming, then it is very easy for them to complete the work. So it is always we have to have a schedule or a sequence to orient the trainees. That today morning, all of you are first, you are working on the tool. Second, there will be life skill classes. Third, there will be English communication classes. Fourth, like this. If you go on orient, they mentally prepare, and it will be easy for you to impart the instruction in the vocational training centers. And start with simple concept or task and use them as building blocks for more complicated instruction. You all know the principles of special education, simple to complex, and always you should start from the simpler terminology and then we go to the complex terminology. Then periodically confirm that trainees follow what you are teaching. Okay. So now also when I am sitting here and in front of me, I am missing the smiling faces of the audience. I am not able to see anybody. I can see only my screen. So that's why I told, if anytime I will not be able to heard or anything, you please inform me, because it is so frustrating when you do not see anybody and you just see a screen and talk. Okay. So it is very, very important for giving the feedback. And the faces are the feedback, and it is because of this unprecedented situation, we are really missing the face-to-face situation. It is both challenges and opportunity. Because of this unprecedented situation, I can reach the participants of Kerala. If it would have been other way, I would not have been reached the participants of Kerala. But it is also very challenging, because you will not be able to see the faces of the participant, and you see very screen and you go on talking. So giving feedback is very, very important. Periodically confirm that the trainees follows what you are teaching. Like you should, whatever you are teaching, you should not go on training and every time. That's why there is formal assessment and initial assessment, formal assessment and summative assessment. So when you teach, when you train, when you go on training, the instruction, how you can make the accessible instruction. Maybe some people, in between they have some problem, in between they have some issues. So you should find out, because if they will not access the steps, then the next step it will be difficult for them and they will not be able to comprehend the instruction. So you must take the feedback periodically, so that you should know that the student and you are in the same pace, and all the students are following your instruction in a same way. So when you are applying the principle of universal design to instruction, it is very, very important to use multiple modalities. You give different other ways of learning, and then using sequence, then following the principle of simple to complex, and getting the feedback, and also giving the training time to practice, to retain new information, and if appropriate to integrate it with information learned previously. So it is also very important for the persons to learn what they have learned in the classroom. Let them work and do, let them have a hands-on work, so that they will learn better. That's why sometimes we give them on the job training. You teach them in a vocational training center, and then you send them to a real company, real workshop, and ask them to practice the same training there, so that they learn what they have learned in a segregated setup under a supervisor's head. They can do on an integrated setup independently. That is also very, very important. So the instruction what you are giving, you should give the trainees time to practice, so that it can retain the new information. That information, if it is gets stronger, then they can get a new information. And be flexible about how you evaluate. Evaluation, and one of the major principle of universal design is multiple ways of evaluation. So you should be very, very flexible of how you are evaluating the skill learned, how, in which way, what are the areas, how you are giving the skill, and how you are evaluating that the person would learn. You can depending upon the person's diversity, depending upon the person's nature, you should needs and strength, you should make a evaluation performance, so that you should know that whatever instruction has been given, it has been student. Okay. Next is the, as we have initially also have told you, reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation is a very, very important area of the accessibility. As the name suggests, reasonable accommodation means you provide accessibility depending upon the person's skill, and it should be reasonable. It should be at par with the normal peer. So, according to UNCRPD, reasonable accommodation, UNCRPD has envisaged that it means necessary and appropriate modification and adjustment, not imposing a disproportionate or undue burden where needed in a particular case, to ensure to persons with disabilities the enjoyment or exercise on an equal basis with others of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. So, accessibility should be done through a reasonable accommodation, which is the accommodation or adaptation or accessible, which is very, very reasonable for the person concerned. It is as per the UNCRPD. So, how UNCRPD has defined? It says it means necessary and appropriate modification. As in the previous slides also we have seen that it is sometimes it might not require any modification. There may not be some accessibility requirement. Existing system, the person is getting adjusted. So you should see that whether it is necessary or not. And reasonable accommodation is a necessary and appropriate modification and adjustment. It is not imposing a disproportionate or undue burden. Like you want to provide accessibility, so you made the child sit in a very digitally equipped room where the child cannot see anybody, the trainee cannot see anybody, the trainee cannot interact with anybody, because you have been told that you should be given accessible. No, that is not. It should be a reasonable accommodation where the trainee should enjoy the exercise on an equal basis of other human rights and fundamental freedoms. So this is very, very important when we are doing an accessible index. So we have to find out that what are the accommodation required for this person and what is not required for the person. So depending upon the requirement, depending upon that, we have to make modification and also adjustment. It should focus this word on modification and adjustment, not imposing. It should not be imposing or a disproportionate or undue burden on the person concerned or the company concerned. So in providing accessibility in vocational education and training, reasonable accommodation plays a very, very important role. And participant, you must understand what is reasonable accommodation. Sitting here, I cannot tell you, if you will ask that what are the reasonable accommodation, because it depends upon the situation. It is an ecological accommodation. It is depend upon the person concerned, his strength, his needs, his ecology, his environment, and where he is put. All these things, depending upon that, we have to take a reasonable accommodation. universal design and accessibility mean proactive measures for all. And reasonable accommodation, on the other hand, are designed specifically for an individual and what he or she requires in a specific learning environment, work, or other situation. Like reasonable accommodation, as I told you, it is a equity based accommodation, and it is designed specifically for the individual specific and what he or she really requires to functions appropriately, to functions to the optimum, depending upon the specific learning needs of the specific individual, specific work skill, and other situations. In training situation, reasonable accommodation are actions taken or tools and devices provided to address the specific needs of trainees. If the training venues has already been made accessible, few additional changes will be needed. As we said, it is depending upon the person concerned, specific individual concern, and nowadays many companies, there are, you have seen everywhere, if you go, disabled friendly toilets, disabled friendly parking, all these things are there. And slowly India is working on so much Sugamya Bharat and all. It has been, that policy has been really facilitating India for an accessible India. However, whether the barriers presented relate to general accessibility or the need for an individual reasonable accommodation is required. Okay, so we have to see whether the general accessibility is suiting the child, or other than that, we have to make some reasonable accommodation on the top of general accessibility for the trainee in the vocational training centers. Okay, now I have come to the key questions to keep in mind when deciding on additional adjustment. We have discussed that we have to make, other than the regular accommodation what are being provided, other than that we have to make some additional accommodation. So how we can decide that what are the additional accommodation the student will be requiring. That is, we have to do an assessment on, can the trainee get to and from the training site easily, whether the traveling is independent or not. Can the trainee get around the classroom, workshop, or training facility easily? Whether the trainee is able to enter the classroom or workshop or training facility comfortably or not. Can the trainee use the things in the classroom, workshop, or job site? Can the trainee acquire the information from the course material or workshop demonstration in the form in which it is currently presented? With regard to group activity, can the trainee participate with other trainees? With regard to practice, can the trainee practice as other trainees do? With regard to demonstrating acquisition of knowledge or skill, can the trainee do it as other trainee? With regard to testing or performance evaluation, what type of support or other adjustment, if any, does the trainee need? So, to provide a alternate accommodation, provide the alternate accessibility, other than what are the accessibilities there, we have to do a evaluation for the training. So you can find out whether the reaching the training site is easily, entering the classroom or entering the job site, or accessing the information, or participating in the group activity, participating in the practice and demonstration, acquisition knowledge, whether the child is able to do or not, and the evaluation whether the trainee is able to do or not. So before, when we are talking about reasonable accommodation, we have discussed that it should be depending upon the trainee. So individual trainee, when you are going to provide accessible, you must do an evaluation on the following areas. Okay. Then how we can plan the accessible vocational training? What are the issues or what are the areas when we can plan the vocational training centers? The planning and accessible vocational training, we have to address few issues. That is commitment and vision, information gathering, setting a goal, designing the action plan, implementing the plan, and evaluating the plan. So what is commitment and vision? When we say commitment and vision, these are what are the motivating factors. Okay, how committed we are. Whether we have built the commitment or not, the commitment has to be built. How it is built? It should be built through awareness raising and through also developing a vision. So commitment and vision for an accessible training, professional training, we should address the commitment and vision. That is, what are the motivating factors, how we can build the commitment, how we can raise the awareness, how we can develop a vision. Then second point is information gathering. And training information also, it is very important. What are the information you should gather? You should gather number of potential training. How many trainees I can accommodate here? How can you make the environment accessible? What are the requirements? What are the equity based requirements, that whether it is possible for me to provide accessibility in the environment or not? What are the different accommodation I should do? How I can different accommodation I should do so that the trainee will get training properly? Then what are the readiness I have? So all this information has to be gathered before making a accessible vocational training. The first point is what are the, whether it is committed or not, whether a person is committed or not, whether there is a vision or not, and then you gather the information, how many students are coming, whether I am accommodating the students or not, how I can make the accessible or not, and then you come to setting a goal. You set a goal. What are the training needs and what are the training options you are providing? Then you design the action plan. Then you implement the plan and evaluate the plan. Okay. So when you are going to plan an accessible vocational training, you should concentrate on you should address 6 issues. Those are commitment and vision, information, what are the required, then setting a goal, designing the action plan, implementing the plan, and evaluating the plan. I think only 8 minutes are left. I may speed up. So let me go faster in the slides. Okay. Now, we have discussed what is vocational training, we have discussed what is accessibility, we have discussed what is universal design, we have discussed what is reasonable accommodation, and also we have discussed how to plan a accessible vocational training. Now, what are the person concerned? What are the ground rule for the accommodating training with disability? In the classroom, workshop, job site, or learning situation, the trainee with a disability should be able to access and use the training environment. They should know what to expect and how to contribute. Have the opportunity to function independently, be empowered, especially through opportunities to have choices and exercise control, be exposed to the same purpose. Okay. And also engage with trainees and peers during instruction. All these things we require when we are going to have a vocational training center. The trainee should be facilitated in all these areas. We needed access support when needed access support, especially for preparation in time of transition. when needed, have a means of communicate by using non-typical method of communication. Okay. Now I have come to the what are the different strategy for different type of persons with disability. So when we are going to have a vocational training centers, if it is a person with visually impairment, what are the different areas? Orient the trainee to the building, his or her classrooms and other important rooms such as restroom, places to eat, administrative offices, etc. Determine what type of technology is required. The individual will bring the him or her like tape recorder, braille, writing, stylus, laptop and all. Mohan, thoda mera water bottle leke आओ. Determine how the trainee prefers to receive and give and send information. Determine what are the modifications need to be made in the physical space the person uses. Determine if the trainee can move around independently or what assistance they need. Tell the trainee who he or she may turn when help is needed. These are the common things required specific to persons with visual impairment. Then these are the specific to the persons who are deaf and hard of hearing. That is, be willing to repeat information when talking to a trainee who is deaf or hard of hearing. If you do not understand what the person said, ask him or her to repeat it. Be sure you have the attention of the person. Give a visible signal or tap his or her shoulder and face him or her before starting to talk. Do not use segregated lip movement. Like what I told you, the lip movement for the because of this COVID situation, because of the mask, it was a big problem for the. मोहन थोड़ा मेरा पानी का बोतल लेके आओ मेरे रूम में. मोहन मेरा पानी का बोतल. Do not talk with your hand in front of your mouth. If you talk like this, and many times even I have heard in a practical situation people who have long mustache, their lips are covered. So it is very difficult for a deaf or hard of hearing to know what they are talking. Maintain eye contact with trainees even if a sign language interpreter is facilitating the communication. Minimize or eliminate irrelevant visible or audible distraction when talking to trainees. If the trainee does not understand your comments or direction, repeat, rephrase, write or demonstrate. This is for the mobility impairment. Determine if the trainee can get to where he or she needs. I think I can skip all these things because your time is off. But so let me go to the next one. Training who is the learning disability. You can determine how the trainee prefers to receive information, how prefers to give information, what if the trainee needs special organization, how other things are required. Then trainees with intellectual disability, determine what type of guidance, assistant, verbal or occasional verbal prompts are required. If an assistant has multiple tasks, explain each task. Then when giving feedback, be clear, specific and timely. Then there are many other types of disability that could require accommodation depending upon the individual and training situation. For example, someone with amputation of a limb or finger may require some adaptation to a piece of equipment to operate it properly and easily. So I'll just skip. Okay, now this is what does the disability inclusive vocational training looks like. Inclusive vocational training system have the following characteristics. The inclusion of persons with disability and other people on overall system. The involvement of the persons with disability. A barrier-free environment, teaching methods, career guidance, market-driven approach. This is very, very important. And then involvement of the employers, positive attitudes, teaching staff and disability specialist support, adequate resources to support the training of all types of students, adequate preparations of people with disability to ensure that they succeed in vocational training. This includes for training with disability, attending and succeeding in their basic education, building linkages between secondary schools and vocational education and training system. I think this is the last slide. Okay, this is one. What are the existing skill training landscape has been taken by Government of India. You all know that NCDS has been established. Then persons with the skill development for persons with disability have been established, and all so many things have been, effort has been taken for the vocational training in India. And I think this is the last one, and I think all of you are disability rehabilitation professional. You should take forward all these things, the accessible vocational training for persons with disability, and you all should see that there is an inclusive world by giving the equity based opportunity for the persons with disability, because you all are the professionals who will take forward the mission. And this is, I am concluding with the saying of this Stephen Hawking. It is difficult to comprehend perhaps, but I believe it is still worth trying. So we must try. Whatever we have discussed, it might be difficult in some or other way, but there is nothing wrong if you can try. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I think I'm dot 3:30. I have concluded. And I will just stop sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanti.
Yeah.
That was a very, very lengthy and a good deliberation. It was very detailed. I hope the participants really got a lot. It's like listening to a lot of things, you know, and there's so many good things you told, especially about the universal design and how we lace it into, you know. Thank you so much. So I request the participants to ask ma'am a few questions if you all are ready with, you know, any kind of doubts you all have or anything. They're all sending messages saying that useful information session, ma'am. Thank you, and it was a wonderful session, and they're sending a lot of chat messages.
Thank you so much, and I must congratulate you all for being participating such a good webinar. And participants, really, it is a very good, and always you remember, CRE is not to get the certificate and renew your CRR number. It is to learn. It is to upgrade your knowledge. So whatever you have studied 10 years back the diploma in special education or BEd in special education, but there are a lot many changes have been taken place. So those things CRE includes. So you should come for the learning in CRE, and that you should implement in your work front. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, just a question for you. In Amity, there you all do only vocational rehabilitation, ma'am?
No. Amity University, we have a department where we do not have vocational rehabilitation. We have 9 programs recognized by Rehabilitation Council of India. We run different programs, BEd Special Education LD, BEd Special Education ID, BEd Special Education ASD, then integrated BEd MEd LD, integrated BEd MEd SLD, MEd LD, MEd ID, and also 4-year integrated BA, BSc, BCom, BEd special education program. Ours is a academic department. We offer 9 programs, including PhD in special education, and already 2 students have awarded PhD, and we do not have any vocational training. Yes, sir.
Because the way you said is like so in depth, and I was wondering
No, I have started my career as a special educator in a premier non-governmental organization where I have really seen, and that is only my qualification for being a professor here. And I have learned so much from a non-governmental where I was working as a special educator. I think in my starting of my career after my post-graduation, I have started my career as a special educator, special education teacher.
Wow. Very impressive, ma'am. So happy to have met you. And I'm sure all the participants also feel blessed with your detailed and you know, explanation. It was fantastic, ma'am. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, may I log out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, ma'am. So participants, we have come to the end of our first day session. Please log into your email IDs and check for the feedbacks and the Google forms that has been sent by Sneha Sadhan to you. And tomorrow we start at the same time as per the schedule sent to you. Meanwhile, take care. Have a wonderful evening. Bye. Yellam Shubham.